This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It is about noon on the dot. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. So much, I feel like, has happened in the news world in just the past few hours here, but we want to start by talking about the news that we've been bringing to you right here on Fox 6 and updates that we've been getting. Yesterday, we obtained documents sharing that a 911 dispatcher employee had been discharged actually yesterday following a delayed response. This was in Milwaukee, following a delayed response after a woman, a 99-year-old, was attacked. She had called the 911 dispatcher and there was that delayed response, and the attack was carried out here. Now, again, this is relating to what happened in Cudahy back in July 27th. A third-party dispatcher told the city's universal call taker they believe the situation could be a domestic call, but when the dispatcher called 911 a second time minutes later, they patched in audio in which a man can be heard threatening a woman, yelling, "Shut the bleep up, I'm gonna beat the bleep out of you." So very disturbing case, and we've shown you parts of that 911 call right here on Fox 6. And we were supposed to get an update today from the dispatch center about what exactly happened here and an update on the investigation following the news that we obtained yesterday that somebody had been discharged. Our Stephanie Quirk was at that presser today, but didn't get many answers. Let's take a listen.
If you would like to submit that question via the email, you're welcome to do so. It is truly our intent.
Are those people what about the standard operating procedure?
Why are you not happy to answer that? We are going to answer the question. We're happy to provide you with the email in order
Why
to
not
do
now?
that. At the moment, there is a bit of a time constraint.
What's the time constraint?
We have a couple of things occurring in this room, and then there are a couple of obligations for our other.
We can meet you outside the room. Yeah, we can
I'm
meet
not
outside.
eligible to speak to the press. We are happy to answer your questions. We will provide you with the email address in order to submit those, and we will answer them in a timely manner.
It doesn't feel transparent when you do that.
My apologies for that, but it is in fact our intent to answer.
Can you give us your name and spell of your personal address?
We were told we were
Yeah, we're
I'm
told
not
that they're
there.
gonna ask questions.
This is like a week ago.
Bring
Not
us
much
together.
advance.
and-
We haven't been told that
We are happy to answer additional questions via email.
All right, and that was earlier this morning right there from the dispatch center, just giving an update or lack thereof on this investigation ever since it happened back at the end of July. Or Stephanie Quirk live in the newsroom right now. Steph, had to be pretty frustrating for you and the other journalists there who were hoping to get some answers today.
Hey, Maddie. Yeah, it essentially just, it was unexpected, I guess is the right word to use, because this media release that, as we know, prior to these briefings and news conferences, we typically will get sent a news briefing or media releases prior to that, so we can kind of plan our crews ahead of time and know the details of what is going to be covered and what time, what have you, all of those things. So this specific media release that was sent to us prior to the briefing, it actually said that there would be an overview of this investigation, and they would be discussing the findings of this investigation, including a number of training and performance expectations, steps they're taking, but really that did not happen. I mean, you heard right there, it was essentially 15 minutes, I think, until they wrapped up. They accepted 2 questions from a room full of journalists from Milwaukee in southeast Wisconsin, trying to get answers, right? Because there's a lot of questions in this case. And they said they had a time constraint and as a result walked out. They said that they will be taking questions via email, so to send those follow-up questions via email. But of course, we all came to that press conference and that media briefing hoping to get more answers out of this, but as a result, kind of more questions came. Maddie?
Yeah, I feel like in a way this is kind of becoming the story a little bit. You had mentioned that press release that they gave out, and everybody, all these stations trying to plan out their crews, but they contradicted what they had kind of promised in that release. Is that correct?
Yeah, in a way. It was honestly just to summarize what we gathered, and we as in other journalists that were also there attending this too, because it wasn't You hear me asking questions in that, but really like the whole room, I mean, photojournalists, reporters, everybody was just trying to get some sort of clarity, because a lot of us needed to clarify. There's clarity questions we wanted to get answered too, of course, in addition to questions about this investigation and follow-up questions. But basically, they talked about training and how they'll be moving forward with this training, specifically those 2 employees that are no longer with the city as a result of this investigation, again, into the mishandling of that 911 call, which delayed response, and that 99-year-old woman who, as a result, waited 2.5 hours before any emergency response came. Those 2 employees resigned. But as for the dispatcher, and that's that third-party dispatcher, the director said that they found that there was no violation, so they remain employed and as a result will receive training. So it was that we did get those answers, but to answer your question, Maddie, it was a lot more of we're waiting.
A recap.
Yeah, it was like a summary almost of we are transparent, but we're, not right now.
I think one of the beauty of this, I think, is that why I feel like even across stations, journalists are so close, because you kind of have the debrief after, and I'm sure there was a debrief after this. Were you guys all kind of on the same page of confusion? Were you thinking that maybe this was a last-minute change where they realized they can't reveal some information?
Yes, and I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt in that, sense too, because who knows how things can shake out, right? And they did say that there was a time constraint and what have you, but and also that there were some limitations that they were not allowed to release these findings, although they said they were going to prior. So, but you never know what could happen. As for news crews and journalists in that room, yes, we were all on the same page, because all of us came here saying we had all these questions, and usually they go around the room at least and answer one question from each journalist, if not more, right? But it seemed very quick and very that they were echoing that they were transparent, but it wasn't the right time to be transparent, perhaps.
Sure.
But yes, we are very close, and we all work together. We're all journalists at the heart of things and want to get the answers for our viewers and, from the people that are in power, right?
No, absolutely, Steph. And yeah, just really interesting seeing this all unfold this morning. So how did you leave things? What questions do we still have? What do we still need to figure out? I'm sure it's a lot.
How much time do we have? No, and I do want to give kudos to Sam Kramer, because he really has been the backbone of this story, and he's done so much of the following up on this story, and I want to give him his flowers, because he really is. His work on this has brought a lot of these things to light, and he, but prior to this, he knew I was going to be at this briefing, sent me a whole slew of questions, and now, in addition to those slew of questions, I also have like 10 more. But I'm just curious too, one question I really wanted to know was just the timeline of things, right? Because they log these things, right? Mm-hmm. So it's all logged. It's all in there. We could see per second what happened and why it happened and when it happened, to kind of give us this big picture of really the summary of what happened and why it happened, because that's the question we don't know right now. We don't know why they misclassified. It's unclear why the call itself was misclassified, but we don't know why police dispatchers who received this call from this universal call didn't send a police response, in 15 minutes, because despite the fact that they misclassified this call, they still could have sent help out quicker than 2.5 hours, which we know is when the emergency response came around. And then that goes into the whole case itself, because there's also a whole nother side of this too, with this 99-year-old woman who was, beaten. Mm-hmm. And they did actually charge the man, prosecutors who they say that did this too, and that's a whole nother side of this investigation. There's so many pieces to this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a lot of questions that we know you and the rest of our crews who will be on this story will keep up on, because again, it's such a tragic story with the woman involved. So hoping to get some answers there for Steph. We know you'll keep us updated with any new developments. Thanks for joining us here on the live desk.
Thank you, Maddie.
We're going to take a live look outside right now. 80 degrees we're hitting here in southeast Wisconsin, a lot warmer than what we've been seeing over the past few days. For a second, it kind of felt like fall. That's why I had my fall autumnal colors on, but also a great day for people moving in. I want to check in with our reporter, Andrew Amuzu. Andrew, is this kind of a full circle moment for you as a Marquette alum today?
Kind of. I mean, I feel like that is definitely sort of been the name of the game today. Just everything being full circle, but then also hearing the stories and the excitement, the mixed emotions, the bittersweet emotions, all of that coming together today on this move-in day for Marquette's move-in day. And I know that with it being the class of 2030, that even sounds kind of crazy to say, but it's been all hands on deck, whether it's been family and friends to even the students as well, and the staff members too. There's a whole crew making sure that all of this is ready. You were just finished talking about the weather and how chilly it was this morning. I'm still wearing my sweatshirt. I wore the sweatshirt. It was perfect for the morning weather. It was a chill in the air. But now it's getting a little toasty for sure. But you're seeing people continue to unload vehicles here. Each family has about 90 minutes to unload their vehicles just so the next round of families can also park here. We are right here, right outside 17th Street, right outside the Commons Residence Hall. This is one of many campus facilities or residence halls across Marquette's campus, but this is the main one that we've been out of, and this is actually the same building that I stayed in freshman year and sophomore year, so definitely really full circle at that. We even got a closer look into, we got to follow a family upstairs as they were continuing to unpack, unload, and even set up the room as well. So definitely a lot of different variables that we've been able to hit on all morning long, whether it's seeing people unload their vehicles, talking with staff members, how they're putting everything together, or even the activities that are at hand as well, making sure that not just the students, but the families are getting acclimated to Marquette University here. But definitely a busy day, an electric day, but a monumental day, not just for the students, but for families as well.
I know, and I'm a recent college grad too, Andrew. Like, all the memories I feel like are flooding back. Yeah. Any advice for these kids moving in and starting their journey now in college?
There's a whole lot. Same thing with what Stephanie asked, how much time do you have? But I think when it comes to move-in day, something that the staff members have been saying, is just let your parents be parents. Let them do what they need to do, because this is a big moment for them. For many students, and statistically, more than a quarter of the students, part of the class of 2030, this incoming class, are first-generation students. So staff members were saying, let your parents be parents. Let them organize or make suggestions for your room. That's actually one of the more fond memories that I have when I was moving in here. There were so many different orientation activities that my roommate and I were going to on campus. We participated in the early drop-off. So what my mom did and what my parents did, they dropped off my things here, but then my mom ended up just staying in my room and organizing things for me. So then when I came back, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what just happened? But that's just how much some of these parents are really putting in the hard work. You're seeing them carry huge loads. You see right over here, there's this dad here is carrying this, and while pushing a cabinet, and then also pulling this cabinet right over
MVP
here.
This
here. Is really what it's been. Literally MVP parents right over there. But you're seeing that. We even saw earlier this morning, one mom was on top of a desk inside the dorm room because she was trying to reach something. So they're really going all out for their students here. But that's definitely something. Let your parents be parents. It's going to be a hectic day. You might not agree with, no, I think it should be here or there. You can always change that once they leave. If you want to put the picture frame somewhere else, you can definitely do that. But let them have that moment, because this is something that you'll always remember. These students will always remember. Something that I remember, obviously, being here. So definitely take it all in, be present, but let your parents be parents. It's a big moment for them too.
I love that. It's like, yeah, just let them take the pictures and do their thing. You're right. They're going to leave in a few days. You can always change it. That's a really good message. Andrew, I'm assuming it's like dining halls there. Is that how it works? Any like dining hall food that you miss from being a freshman at Marquette?
Oh man, Well, I think especially living here at the Commons, a big plus is that whenever it's cold outside, because there is a dining hall downstairs, and then, of course, the residence is upstairs. There's 2 towers. I was on the Wells Tower, so mainly facing 18th Street. So the plus there is that whenever it is cold outside or you don't want to walk to another dining hall, you can just go downstairs. That was a big plus. So I kind of missed that. But also being able to be or just go down to eat, whether it's lunch or dinner, with my group of friends that I met during orientation, even the pre-orientation program called RISE. It was literally a group, maybe 15 of us, and every single night, just a big group, a mixed group, kids from all backgrounds, different states, we all would eat together and really have that bond, that mutual bond where we're all freshmen, we're all out here. So I definitely miss that. As far as specific food, I mean, Marquette has their well-known hot cookie night. That is definitely something that is a great treat on a random Tuesday that people can definitely expect. They also, some dorms also specialize in chicken parmesan.
Ooh.
Yum. Now, if I saw that chicken parmesan, I probably wouldn't eat it. But in college, listen, you got some of that chicken parmesan.
As a college student, yeah,
it's a delicacy
for sure.
Yes.
No, it's so great.
It is a delicacy, yes.
Looking back on those memories for sure. I know it's like, let the parents do their thing, but also check in on your recent college grads who are probably grieving right now, all the moments, the memories in college. But so great to hear some of your stories, Andrew. And also, what an awesome assignment. Again, I'll say full circle. Must be so cool being back there as an alum. All right, Andrew reporting live.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, yeah, Andrew. Yeah, no, seriously, like the best. But that's Andrew reporting live on Marquette's campus. Thank you. Didn't mean to cut him off there, but we are going live right now actually at Marquette as well, where we're getting the results right now of a Marquette Law School poll it's the first one following the Wisconsin primary. So let's listen in.
August 12th through the 20th. We interviewed 891 registered voters statewide. The margin of error for that is plus or minus 4 points. There's no decimal point there. It's right at 4 points. For likely voters, those who say they're absolutely certain they will vote in November, the sample size is 738 with a margin of error of 4.5 points. To cover a lot of issues, we divide the sample into 2 random halves. So those folks get half of them get asked one set of questions, mostly about state issues. The other half gets a different set of questions, some of which are state and most are national issues. So a little division there. Those have either 445 or 446 people in each. We didn't know how to divide a person in half, so they're not quite exactly equal. And the margin of error is 5.7 points for that. Partisan makeup.
Please, let's break down the partisan makeup.
So this is pretty standard now. The partisan makeup is 36 Republican, 32 Democratic, and 32 Independent. When we take independents and ask them if they, didn't mean to double skip, but that's okay. When independents say they're closer to one party or the other, then it's 46 Republican, 42 Dem, and 13 Independent. And that's the way in the slides you're going to see coming up, Republicans are Republicans plus independents who lean to the Republican Party. Democrats are the same with leaners. That's because leaners vote over 85% with the party, sometimes a little bit more. So they're pretty partisan, even though they initially say they're independent, but closer to one side. And then finally, if you look at our recent history in the polling, this month is almost exactly what it's been over the last year or so. So it's not either extra Republican or extra Democratic this time.
So, Charles, let's get into it. Let's start right with the vote for the governor's race.
Okay, so this is the first time we've asked a Crowley versus Tiffany, because Crowley had dropped out of the race when we were going to ask about that in July. But now he's back, and barring either him or Tiffany dropping out between now and November, please don't let that happen. I've had enough of that. This is the matchup for the fall. And so we have a close race, but with Crowley 5 points ahead, 49 to 44. This is with likely voters. That's those folks who say they're absolutely certain they're going to vote in the fall. You can see there's very big partisan loyalty in both parties. 91% of Republicans going for Tiffany, but an even bigger 98% of Democrats going with Crowley. So after a exciting primary, shall we call it, it's interesting that the Democrats do appear to be completely unified behind their candidate, and Republicans quite unified, but not quite as much as Democrats are. The other number to look at there is that row for independents, where Crowley's getting 55% of independents, just 16% going for Tiffany, but a pretty sizable 30% of independents are undecided in the race at this point. And you'll see a little difference between that one and the next slide, which is the comparison of these likely voters with what if you look at all registered voters, not just those certain to vote, but registered. And so here's that one. And it's a tie, 44 apiece among registered voters. So remember that. You could either come away with a modest Crowley advantage by about 5 points or a dead tie, depending on whether you're looking at everybody that's registered to vote or looking at those absolutely certain to vote. We've seen an advantage for Democrats throughout the year among likely voters over all registered voters. And in the next couple of slides, we'll go into some of the reasons for that. But I do want to point out one thing to you, because it's directly relevant to this. If you remember the previous slide, that red dot, 90% here among registered voters voting for Tiffany. That was 91% among likely voters, Republicans, voting for Tiffany. Okay? Not much difference, right? But look at the blue dot at the bottom, 93% here with registered, but that's 98% among Democrats, among likely voters. That's where some of this difference in the margin between a tie and a 5-point Democratic advantage is coming from, is that Democratic likely voters are even more united behind their candidate than all registered Democratic voters. Both of them over 90%, but still Democrats gain an extra 5 points from Democrats in the likely voters compared to the registered. The other thing to notice is the independents. Let's just back up. Independents were 55 for Crowley, 30 undecided with likely voters. But here with registered voters, almost half, 47% of independents say they're undecided. And Crowley's vote drops to 35%, 20 points lower. And Tiffany's moves only a little bit, up to 18%. So again, you're seeing the difference between those folks most committed to voting and those who aren't so committed to voting. But you're also seeing this difference in party loyalty, number one, primarily among the Democrats, and also Democrats doing better with independents when we're looking at likely voters compared to registered voters. So that's why you get this difference.
Pretty interesting stuff here. First Marquette Law School poll statewide dropping after the primary elections in Wisconsin a couple of weeks ago. We're seeing the numbers now after the race was set for Crowley and Tiffany. We're going to keep bringing you this crunch the numbers, but we do have to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back with more of that. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
12:25 on your Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. Let's get you back out now to where pollster Charles Franklin, he's the director of the Marquette Law School poll, revealing the findings in a new survey that dropped after the Wisconsin primary election. So after we learned the race between Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley and Republican Tom Tiffany has been set. Let's listen back in to some of the findings.
High level of enthusiasm. So while Democrats are pretty united behind their candidate, you do see this difference coming from enthusiasm depending on how you felt about the candidates. Now, pushing this.
Yeah, this is the same breakdown, though, but for vote for governor.
Yeah. So you might think, well, that lower enthusiasm might lead Hong people not to unite behind Crowley, despite the unity breakfast the morning after the election. Ain't so. Among those favorable to Hong, 98% say they're voting for Crowley. This is among Democratic registered voters, not just likely voters. It's 99% among those favorable to Crowley and 99% among those favorable to Barnes. So there's not any difference in party loyalty among Hong supporters versus the others, but there is a difference in enthusiasm. And I think that's not real hard to figure out why. You had a favorite candidate. She fell just barely short. You're a little disappointed in that, and you're not as enthusiastic as you would have been if your candidate had won. There were times when that kind of lack of enthusiasm could have carried over to voting for the other party or sitting out the election. But I think what this shows you is it is not actually a voting split within the party, but a little bit of an enthusiasm difference, and we'll see if that changes over the rest of the year. But it doesn't represent a fracture within the party or a failure to unite the party.
Let's talk about the legislature.
This is sort of a mirror of the governor's race, and probably for good reason. This is a generic ballot question about who would you vote for the legislature in your district. So we're not asking individual districts. We don't have sample to do that. 48% say they'd vote for the Democrat for the legislature, 45% for the Republican. Very narrow. If Crowley and Tiffany was a 5-point margin, here we've got a 3-point margin. This is likely voters. But if we go to registered voters, it's again a 44-44 tie. I think a takeaway here is that while people are beginning to focus on the governor's race and developing relatively strong, though not overwhelmingly strong, opinions of the gubernatorial candidates, they're not really focused on those legislative races yet. They're only beginning to ramp up. They're naturally lower visibility, and they're more door-to-door, door-knocking campaigns rather than statewide advertising campaigns. So the difference that we saw earlier in a small turnout advantage to Democrats, maybe a little Democratic loyalty difference. It's not very big, though, here. If you back up, Republicans, for likely voters, 43% with the party, Democrats 93, sorry. Democrats 97.
This is live right now at the Lubar Center at Marquette University. The latest Marquette Law School poll just dropped. It's the first that's being released since the Wisconsin primary, so since the race was set between Crowley and Tiffany. Some pretty interesting numbers that we're getting here. One being the amount of Republicans siding with Tiffany and the number of Democrats with Crowley. So 91% of Republicans siding with Tiffany, whereas 98% of Democrats are with Crowley. And as Charles Franklin, the MU Law Poll director right there, kind of pointed out, interesting to see that after such a split primary between Crowley and Francesca Hong, that people, majority, are now putting their support behind Crowley. If you are interested in this, you can watch it in full. We have it streaming on our YouTube, on our secondary stream. So go to FOX6 Milwaukee on YouTube, go to live streams, and you'll be able to find this there in full. But we are going to take a quick break here because we do have some big news that we've been following in Hollywood, and one being Dolly Parton, but also another prominent figure has died there as we take a look right here. Tim Curry, we've learned, has died. We're going to be joined by our Hollywood expert, Gino Salamone, after the break. Stay with us.
The Wisconsin Live Desk.
It's Wednesday. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. We continue to follow that breaking news that Tim Curry, we've learned, has died at the age of 80. It comes just a day after we learned Dolly Parton also died at the age of 80. I want to bring in our Hollywood expert, Gino Salamone. Gino, busy week for you. First, your reaction to the news.
Yeah, sadly in 2012, Tim Curry had a stroke that kind of left him unable to act, but he still continued to do voice work, of course, best known for the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And that came out in '75 and was not a hit. People did not go see it until it became this cult thing of midnight showings across the country. In fact, in Milwaukee, the Oriental Theater will be doing another one, I believe September 12th, the midnight showing of the movie. But it was one of those movies that people participated in. They went there, they sang the songs, they threw things at the screen. It's one of those rare movies that hits that chord with audiences that want to participate, not just watch a movie. But yeah, he was one of the breakout stars from that. Of course, then was a villain in the movie It. He was Pennywise the Clown, and with that creepy voice that he did, just frightening. But yeah, unfortunately, the last few years have been just all voice work for Tim Curry.
Yeah, and I had read too about the stroke that he had in 2012. But even prior to that, you had touched a little bit on his career highlights. But could you dig a little bit more into it for people who might not be, I mean, I don't know how you couldn't, but for people who may not be familiar or want to look back on his work, I should say.
Right. Yeah, I would start with Rocky Horror, although I would recommend not watching it at home, going to the Oriental Theater to see it, because that's the way to experience it. And he was shocked as anyone what became of this movie, because it came out and there was zero splash to it. Nobody was going to see it. And then college crowds started doing the participatory screenings, and then it took off. And for the rest of his life, he said it was the most that he was asked about was Rocky Horror Picture Show. And he had that cultured voice. Also, he was on Broadway and started in the show Spam-A-Lot. He was King Arthur in the West End version of it. But there he is, unfortunately confined to a wheelchair. But, he still did meet and greets with fans and was signing autographs up until the end. But not a surprise because of, being being in a wheelchair since 2012, but still sad and disappointing for his many fans.
No, absolutely, Gino. And I had asked you this yesterday when we were talking about Dolly Parton, but also I think one of the big things too is you've gotten to meet all of these amazing stars. Did you get to meet Tim Curry?
Yes, I did interview Tim Curry, and what was so great about him, as I mentioned earlier, is that voice. There are few voices like Tim Curry's, and that's why the benefit after he had that stroke was that he was still able to do voice work because of that incredible voice. So, known for his stage work, he was also in the stage play of Amadeus. Just a great, great talent, and again, another one gone.
Absolutely. And I think in Wisconsin, such an impact here. You had mentioned, all of the college productions of Rocky Horror. When you think Wisconsinites look back on Tim Curry's legacy, what do you think they'll remember specifically?
His role as Dr. Frank Anfurter. That was his name in Rocky Horror. And, that's the one that you're going to remember him most from. There were two versions of the show, It. He was in the first miniseries, again, creepy, the clown.
Looks like you cut out for a second there, Gino, but I think we got the gist. I mean, seriously, just another legend gone. I mean, the two in the last couple of weeks, I feel like Hollywood is grieving right now, but also remembering so many great memories of these people. Exactly. Are you planning on watching any Tim Curry films or maybe some of his voice work to kind of remember
I'm embarrassed to say, doing what I do, that I've never been to a midnight showing of Rocky Horror. So I may do that at the Oriental Theater on, I believe it's September 12th, the midnight showing of that. And I have a feeling people are going to turn out. That's how they're going to pay tribute to Tim Curry.
No, absolutely. Put that higher on the bucket list, if you will, and check that out for sure. Gino, thanks so much for joining us again on the Live Desk. We always appreciate you coming on. And he has been, I feel like, on speed dial these past few days with all of the news that has been developing here in Hollywood. I mean, following the death also of Dolly Parton, we've been monitoring a event in Sevierville, Tennessee, where a memorial was just growing for Dolly out there. Actually, the county had a moment of silence at noon at their historic courthouse, and the bell tolled in honor of her. We saw so many flowers, bouquets, balloons, all in Dolly Parton's honor there. So we're actually going to talk a little bit about her work as a philanthropist as well. We know her organization, the Imagination Library, touched so many children, including some right here in Wisconsin. We're going to talk with some organizers in Sheboygan a little bit more about that when we return in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
It's 12:40 on your Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. We continue to remember the life and legacy of Dolly Parton here on the Live Desk. We actually just got this photo. It was posted by Mitchell International Airport just a few hours ago, saying today we remember Dolly Parton not just as an icon of music and generosity, but as a warm, bright spirit whose kindness touched us all. And then this is a photo actually of her traveling through Mitchell International in 1987, shown here on the D concourse next to gate D42, which I'm sure a lot of you are probably familiar with because Mitchell International is a pretty small airport, but again, used by Northwest Orient Airlines. This is a photo taken by Scott Plunkett. What an awesome thing to have captured. It just really, her essence is shown here, the big hair, like such an iconic person, not just for her singing and her acting, but also her philanthropy and her generosity. We know her organization, Imagination Library, has had such an impact across the country, but also right here in Wisconsin. I'm joined now by Ryan and Megan with United Way of Sheboygan County. Thank you guys so much for being with us today.
Yeah, thanks for having us and letting us talk about one of the true incredible people, Dolly Parton.
And I see you have your Dolly cutout. I'm like, I need to get a Dolly cutout behind me now. That is genius.
We will make sure to get one for you.
Please. Oh my gosh, I love it. Talk a little bit about how this partnership came about with Imagination Library.
Yeah, so I think one of the misconceptions about Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is Dolly gives free books to children. And that's an incredible thing, an incredible legacy that she's left. And at the same time, that program actually doesn't happen with community partners like a lot of United Ways all across the country and even across the world. And so it's actually those community program partners like Ryan and myself that are out there in neighborhoods telling people about the program. We're the ones that help raise the funds to cover the $2.60 each month that it costs for each child to be a part of the program. We're the ones enrolling the children. So there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes to be a part of Imagination Library.
And it's truly been an incredible journey. We were approached probably almost 2 years ago now by a community member who is a retired educator and just passionate about our community and building early literacy skills and recognizing how important those are. She really wanted us to bring this program to Sheboygan County. I had our CEO who really challenged me to find ways to fundraise and make this possible here. And it was a long, grueling process to get to where we are today. But the support from our community has been incredible. We've seen in just the 6 months we've been running, just completely exceeded our expectations for how many kids we're able to serve.
Yeah, no, it's so cool to see. You guys really are like the backbones of making this happen in Sheboygan. Why was it so important for you to have this in your community?
I think that early literacy is just one of those foundational skills that we want to make sure we're building in children. So the program is actually, you can enroll your child at birth and then they get their last book on their 5th birthday. And for us in our community, kindergarten readiness is a huge community-wide goal that we have. And so right now we're just focused on Sheboygan's 53081 zip code based on a lot of research. So we know that that is where we have the highest rate of poverty. And of course, if you're not able to make ends meet, you're also not probably buying books for your children. It's also where we see 3rd grade reading levels really struggle the most in our community. And we know that when you overlap those two things, that leads to lower high school graduation rates. So really, I think that's something Dolly knew as a child. Her father couldn't read, and so it was something she knew that when you invest in literacy very early on in someone's life, you're really investing in the rest of their future.
No, and absolutely. You had touched a little bit about how literacy is so important, especially in early education, and these books and just the organization. It's so amazing to see. For you guys, I think, and you had mentioned, like, you're knocking on the doors, you're kind of seeing this firsthand. What has the impact been like on your community since the program started there?
Incredible. I was checking this morning. We're having some issues with our system because of the massive influx of visitors lately. I mean, like I said, this month is our 6th month of mailing books. We're already at nearly 500 children enrolled in the program here, just in that zip code. We've been at multiple events in the past few weeks even, where families have come up to us and seen our little Dolly cutout at our stand or wherever we are. And, oh, it's Aunt Dolly, that's who's sending us books every month. You know, we look forward to those every month. And we read each book so many times at bedtime. It really just helps people build that pattern of
literacy.
No, and I can tell even by your face is just like lighting up whenever you talk about it is so beautiful to see. For you guys yesterday learning this news, I guess what did Dolly mean to you, and what was your reaction when you learned of her death?
You know, we were in the middle of other work and we all got the notification and we were just completely stunned. We were watching the message come from, you know, Dolly's page. We were getting some beautiful messages even from the Imagination Library Fund that really just, you know, kind of tears a hole in your heart to know the kind of incredible person that she was. You know, Ryan and I were talking about how, you know, Dolly used her creativity to reach so many people across the globe, and she could have kept that wealth for herself, and she decided not to. She decided to invest in so many different things. And for me, Dolly is the proof of what philanthropy means. So philanthropy actually means the love of humanity, and Dolly Parton is absolutely the proof of that, and that's a legacy she leaves behind for a long, long time.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, and just so loved by everybody in every community, I feel like. For now that she has passed, and you know, we'd love to look back on her legacy, how do you plan on keeping her spirit alive through this program now that you're continuing to carry it out?
Yeah, absolutely. I will just say we also got a beautiful message from Dolly's foundation that helps partners with local organizations like ours. And they said, we have carefully prepared for this day and the future of our Imagination Library. Our organization is strong, and Dolly didn't build it just for her lifetime. She built it for the lifetime of all children. So we are not concerned. And as Ryan mentioned, we have not only seen a huge influx of families registering for the program to the fact that the website has broken, but even people donating and stepping up. So whether you loved Dolly, you loved books, you probably love one or both, and just $32 a month covers a child in the program for an entire year. So we are very grateful for our community for stepping up in every direction.
Wow, yeah, crazy that she broke the internet, but also I'm not surprised because it's Dolly Parton we're talking about here. So is the website, is it back up and running for people who may want to register?
So, I mean, like you say, it's been such an influx. When I was able to get in this morning, like speaking of her legacy, I saw when it worked, I had like 7 new registrations overnight for the program. I usually see 1 or 2 every few days or week or so. So I can't think of a better way for her to be remembered, and knowing that that would make her happy. I'm sure seeing that huge influx of people rushing to sign up and build that love of literacy with their kids, all from her passing, that would just, what a beautiful way to remember her.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it really is, and I'm not surprised. I feel like in every way, like more people are following her now, interacting. It's just so cool to see how many people's lives that she did touch. And this program too, for parents who might be watching, wanting to sign their kids up, or you know, expecting parents who may want to sign their kids up, is anybody allowed to register for this?
Yes. So the only requirements, your child has to be under 5 years old and you have to reside within one of the communities that's served. So if you go to imaginationlibrary.org, there's a check availability button right on that page there. You can put in your zip code. It'll let you know if the program's available where you live or not. If your child's under 5 years old, it'll take you right to the right page to sign up for them. If the program's not available in your area also, there is an option to fill out a form and be notified if it ever does expand into that geographic area, which is also a huge help to us on the other side of things, as we're able to see how many people are interested in different areas, and then can base our decisions around potential expansion around that data as well.
So great to know for parents who may want to get involved. I'm sure especially following the news of her death, wanting to remember her and carry on her legacy. I can't stop looking at her right now between you guys. She's always looking over you
right
here.
There.
Yeah, iconic. It's so iconic. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. I know the community of Sheboygan in good hands, especially the kids, thanks to your work. So we really appreciate you coming on here today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Of course. Yeah. And we continue to follow the news after Dolly Parton's death. So much reaction coming in online right now. This is a live look. Day 2 now. Oh, my goodness. Compared to what we saw yesterday, you can't even see her star right now on the Hollywood Walk of Fame because it is just covered in bouquets, balloons, letters, records. I could see maybe even some bottles of alcohol at the bottom there. So many people just coming in here wanting to pay their respects and their tributes to Dolly Parton here as we take a look. So again, we're going to continue to bring you more reaction as we get it here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but definitely a death that has shaken the community, but also brought so many people together, somebody so loved by so many people. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Bottom of the 12 o'clock hour here. Thanks for being with us on Fox Local. Haley Spittler is going to be taking over in just a few minutes now, but I want to take you back out to the Lubar Center where we're getting the findings of a Marquette Law School poll that dropped. It's the first one, so the first findings that we're getting after Wisconsin's primary election earlier this month. So after the race between Tom Tiffany and David Crowley was set. So we're finding actually that 91% of Republicans are siding with Tiffany, whereas 98% of Democrats siding with Crowley. So many other numbers to break down here. So let's listen in live at the Lubar Center right now.
Valentine's Day. It must have been Valentine's Day. Well, you may know there was a little altercation in the Middle East on February 28th. So look at what happens immediately after that. The green line that had been moving up turns down, and look at what's happened to it since then. It's just moved further down. A little bit of a tip up in this last poll, but well below where it had been in February. Likewise, the worse off has risen continuously. Again, a little down this time. But the net effect of this is we really are seeing here the effects not of the military side of the war with Iran, but of the consequences of that for people's economic well-being and the way they see the economy. And you'll see more of that in the next couple of slides as well.
How do registered voters feel about expectation of inflation?
Well, they're a little, sorry. There we go. They're a little pessimistic about it. 69% think inflation will be higher 12 months from now than it is now. 21% say about the same, and just 9% think inflation will fall over the coming year. There's a party gap here, and Republicans in 2025 were fairly optimistic about inflation. They believed President Trump would lower inflation. They've been optimistic about that in the 2024 election, where it was a big part of the campaign. And they remain that way into early 2025. But as you can see at this point, 43% of Republicans think inflation will be higher 12 months from now. 38% think it'll stay where it is. Just 19% think it'll go down. When we first asked this nationally in 2024, right after the election, 47% believed Trump would bring down inflation. Among Republicans, it was even higher. And so it's come down quite a bit. But 83% of independents think inflation's going up, as do 94% of those disgruntled Democrats we were talking about earlier. So this is a very pessimistic view of the cost of living inflation side of the economy.
What about the effect of Trump's policies on inflation?
Yeah, so this is more the will Trump fix it? Will he cure inflation? And again, look at the green line. That's the percent. Those are the people who think Trump's policies will decrease inflation. And it was about 30%. First of all, more people have said he would increase inflation throughout. But decrease was going up before the war. Increase was coming down at least a little bit before the war. And again, you look at where the war comes in, and those two lines reverse direction and have continued to separate, with more skepticism that his policies are helping on inflation, and substantially fewer people saying that his policies will reduce inflation. A higher level, though it's about flat in the last few months, saying his policies increase inflation. But that's 60% of the public saying his policies are hurting us on inflation. Again, the number one most important problem. That's the issue that significantly helped end the Biden presidency and prevent Kamala Harris from winning. The most important issue throughout the 24 campaign. This
is live right now at the Luber Center. You can hear Marquette Law School poll director Charles Franklin speaking right now about the new findings in a poll. The first one actually since Wisconsin's primary. We've learned that David Crowley, this is among likely voters, is at 49%. Tom Tiffany at 44% and undecided at 7%. As far as favorability towards a former candidate, Francesca Hong at favorable at 26%, unfavorable at 53%, and then 21% saying they haven't heard enough. That is among the survey for registered voters. Haley Spittler standing by right now. She's going to be with you for the next hour and a half. Thanks for being with me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to keep this going live at the Luber Center, and Haley will take over on the other side.
Fairly good about gas prices. Now it's 81% saying prices are up. I think it's like 7% think they're down, and a few think they're equal. So again, anybody that has a car knows this, but it is really striking. I did a talk about this in January and made this point, that if you look across the economy, gas prices in January and February were a real bright spot. And I kind of emphasized that here's something that's gone pretty good. Boy, did that turn around and doesn't show much sign of changing. But it's not just gas.
Yeah, you mentioned groceries.
Yeah, you got to buy groceries too. And again, the purple line is grocery prices are up. It was getting a little better through February, though still people were very pessimistic about grocery prices. But now, the commencement of the war and the aftermath, more people now, 81% saying their grocery prices are up over the last 6 months. Very few think they're coming down. And of course, we saw a reaction to that with the president announcing that he's going to import more beef from other countries to help lower grocery prices. Farmers or ranchers are very unhappy with that. It remains to be seen whether consumers would be happy to have cheaper Argentinian ground beef for their hamburgers, or whether nationalism controls on that. But we're seeing candidates now kind of struggling to whether you're for this change in Trump import policy or tariff policy to lower consumer prices maybe, but again, the beef industry is not real thrilled with that right now. So an interesting development, stay tuned. But the bottom line is whether it's gas prices, which do fluctuate a good bit, or whether it's grocery prices, is it any wonder that people say their number one concern is inflation and the cost of living? So I hope that going through these data has sort of explained why it's not just, oh, it's the most important problem, but that each of these economic conditions is a drag in terms of how people see the economy, how they see the President Trump's performance on the economy, and how that's related to this sharp change with the commencement of the war.
Speaking of job performance, how do registered voters feel about President Trump's job approval?
Well, they're not too happy. So this is first and second term. This month, Trump's approval is at 40%. That's the same as it was in July. His disapproval has moved up 1 point from 58% disapproved to 59% disapproved. If you squint at that chart, you'll see that the two most recent polls at 40% are all-time lows of approval. And his disapproval number for at least the last 3 polls have been all-time highs for disapproval. So whether you look at simple approval or you look at the net approve minus disapprove, he's at record lows for either the first or the second term. I say this every time, and I'm going to say it again this time. The headlines that tell you that his support is collapsing, cratering, dropping sharply, we're not seeing that. We're seeing steady erosion. But that steady erosion has been consistent over every poll in the second term, and it adds up to a considerably less popular president today than he was in January and February of 2025. And these have real consequences for his party down ballot as well.
Let's do a couple questions on the Iran war, if we can talk about that.
Again, we are currently listening in as Marquette University's law school has just revealed their latest poll, talking on a myriad of issues here as they just get to Iran war questions. But of course, for a lot of people, as they look forward to the November election, all eyes are on the gubernatorial race. So as Maddie just said, in the latest poll, as far as likely voters and how they think that they'll vote on the ballot, David Crowley getting 49% of votes, Tom Tiffany 44%, with 7% still undecided. Certainly going to be a close race there, at least closely watched by so many people across the state of Wisconsin. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. As Maddie mentioned, I'm Haley Spittler, taking over here for the next hour and a half, and we have plenty of news to get to. So we'll take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get you out to one of our live interviews. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 107 as we take a live look outside here at City Center. Obviously, a nice day today, 81 degrees, certainly on the warmer side of things, especially as we had a brief reprieve from some of these hot temperatures. Good news is we dashed a lot of those storm chances earlier today, so we'll keep our eye on the sky later today, and that is also what you should be doing tomorrow evening as we get ready for a lunar eclipse. So want to go ahead and bring in here our next guest. Actually, Delaney, I just lost all the power of my buttons. Can you press double box on your end, Delaney? Thank you so much. We'll work out technical difficulty that we're having on my end, but want to bring in here Matthew Rhino, who is joining us. He is the president of the Milwaukee Astronomical Society. Thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us, Matt.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad to talk with you about the eclipse.
Yeah,
It's really
tell me
exciting.
a little bit about what we can expect for tomorrow, because I know for a lot of people, I mean, this is going to be a very significant event.
Yes, so it's not a total lunar eclipse, but don't let that wordage make you think that it's not total. You're going to see some color. So as long as these clouds stay away and it's clear around 11 o'clock, 96% of the moon will be covered by Earth's shadow. And during that time, the shadow, what we call the umbra, we start to, what I'd like to refer to it is you start to see kind of all the sunsets and sunrises all at once. Because light from sun is interacting with the atmosphere of Earth, and it's coming around and illuminating the moon in this blood red orange. And it's really dramatic when that occurs. And we're hoping it's going to be clear. In fact, we are going to have a night of it out in New Berlin, which is where our observatory is. We'll be hosting some talks. We'll have amateur astronomers out there to watch alongside the public as you come out. So I think it's going to be a great event. And really, there's a lot of value to watching with amateur astronomers because you can really learn the different phases of the lunar eclipse as it starts to happen. You'll begin to see the shadow start to kind of make its way, this terminus line of the shadow, make its way through some really interesting craters. And, think of these craters as having mountains the size of Everest in them. And you're kind of getting all the lighting changes as those shadows come along and illuminate these craters in different ways. So, this event really starts happening around, after work time, after dinner time. For a lot of us, it's perfect that things have aligned so well. And we think you're going to have a good time, both observing kind of like this little piece get taken off of the moon bit by bit, observing those craters that are illuminated, by that shadow in different ways. And then finally, once we get to around, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, starting to see that red come in. And we really think you'll enjoy it. So come out and, watch with us at our event, learn a bit. And if that what's your appetite for astronomy, come join us. We're all amateurs and, we enjoy looking at things like this. And there are plenty of other cool events that happen throughout the year.
Okay, so this is going to be my big question, Matt. As somebody who very much values her sleep and has, an earlier start to my day than some, I always question, is this worth losing sleep over? Is this worth something that I should set my alarm for, 11 p.m., get up to watch it, and then go back to bed? What would be your answer?
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to set an alarm and watch it, as long as it's clear sky, so check your weather at your local station. Come out and look at the redness. That's going to be something that's unique to see. We have some of the timing up here, but once we get to that deep partial lunar eclipse time, that's really when you want to look, take a picture. I always say to people, like, a lot of times, we see this with amateur astronomers, but also just the public. People get carried away by taking that perfect photo. Just know somebody in the world has taken a beautiful, beautiful photo of it, probably, right? Or somewhere in southeastern Wisconsin. So just enjoy it. And this is one of them I took just in my backyard and in Cudahy. So you don't have to be you don't have to be anywhere special. just somewhere where you can enjoy looking at the moon. If you want to come watch with us, you can learn what amateurs do and what we look at. Maybe we'll even look at some galaxies and nebulas too. Saturn will be nearby, so you get to see Saturn through one of our large observatory telescopes. But if you're just watching in the backyard, you can enjoy it too. Maybe tonight when there's a full moon out, right around the time you're going to wake up, do a practice run, see where the moon is in the sky. It won't be far off from it the next day. And maybe frame up a picture to have your family out by your house or something, and you can capture a blood red moon going over your house. So, it's just some of those experiences that are really special. And, you don't necessarily need to have all of the gear and whatnot. You can observe it in so many different ways.
Yeah.
But you can really enjoy it best here in southeastern Wisconsin. So now's our time to get a little bit of that eclipse excitement.
Absolutely. I like the advice there of kind of living in the moment too. Don't get too caught up in trying to, snap the perfect photo that you miss the opportunity. And as you mentioned, you guys are having your open house. So just one more time, give us the details for anyone who wants to go out tomorrow.
Sure. Well, our 3-acre amateur observatory has been out in New Berlin for 95 years. We're all volunteer run. So it's always special when we can host these open houses. So for these open houses, we invite the public to come in. We just ask you leave a donation or you even become a member or something, spread the good word about us. But come 7:30, we'll be having some talks. We'll start off with Todd Weilers, the local astrophotographer, who'll give you some information about camera settings. If you're really into getting a good photo, we have multiple smart telescopes there too, so you can see how we use them to enjoy the night sky. More and more people have smart telescopes now, so there are so many ways to take pictures. So it's really good to kind of learn and see how we do it. And then we'll have another, William is going to be coming from Harvard for a brief time during his studies to talk to us about what it was like to eclipse chase and offer some more tips. And then, once those talks are through, it'll be a good time to kind of open up. We'll see how the eclipse has been going. And of course, we'll have local amateurs outside attending the telescopes, offering you views, not just of the eclipse and the different craters, but maybe Saturn and some of the night sky objects, even like Messier objects, galaxies and nebulas. So use that clear sky and time at the observatory to get your appetite for what is very fulfilling as an amateur astronomer of looking at so many deep sky objects and just seeing this and experiencing it with us.
Yes, I think it's going to be a very unique and exciting opportunity late tomorrow night. I know our weather experts are super excited. A lot of people in our newsroom are excited. Obviously, you guys as well are excited. So, so appreciate you taking a few minutes to kind of educate us on what we can expect tomorrow night. And of course, welcome us to the open house as well, because I definitely think it's going to be one of those opportunities that you don't want to miss out on. Thanks so much for joining us today on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
And again, anybody who is interested, they have that open house tomorrow. Let me pull up the information one more time. The Milwaukee Astronomical Society has the open house for the lunar eclipse viewing, featuring some different talks and observation opportunities as well. Again, tomorrow from 7:30 at night until midnight. And maybe this will be the start of a new hobby, a new interest for some of you guys. Again, I think it's going to be very cool to get to see this with our very own eyes right here in southeastern Wisconsin tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break here on the live desk. We'll be back with more news after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:18 on your Wednesday afternoon. Want to get right out to our reporter Ben Hansen, who is joining us live once again this afternoon. Ben, a pretty huge breaking news story earlier today. Meta reaching a $17 billion settlement while they were in the midst of a trial all about teen social media addiction. I mean, for starters, just tell us a little bit more about what they were accused of, and obviously, again, a huge settlement number there.
Yeah, it's a big settlement number, around $17 billion, and it was because a coalition of attorney generals around the United States have alleged that Meta used addictive practices and that these eventually harmed the teens and even younger people that were using their social media platforms, specifically Instagram and Facebook. And when you hear $17 billion, there's a lot of settlements where people think, just regular people think, okay, where is that money going to go? Could I ever see some of that money? Well, this money, up to $319 million of it, will go to Wisconsin here. And I was in an interview with Attorney General Josh Kaul this morning, and he was saying that the majority of this up to $319 million is going to go to prevention groups and organizations that help prevent mental health issues with teens here in Wisconsin. So that could look like after school programs, that could look like more specifically mental health programs. It could go to a lot, but that main focus being children mental health with social media programs like that. And of course, here in Racine County, I wanted to try to take an aspect to localize this story and focus on what it really means for people here across Wisconsin. So I'm here with Carrie McGoy with Racine County NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness here. And tell me about how much work you're doing with kids. You were saying that you have a lot of programs where you're reaching out to them and you've seen social media and mental health being an issue with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're the National Alliance on Mental Illness here in Racine County, and we provide support, advocacy, and education for people living with mental illness. And specifically for youth and teens, we do prevention programming in the schools. We do a mental health chat program for the 3rd through 5th grade level, and then we do Ending the Silent, which is like a suicide prevention program. That's our big thing we do with youth. In addition, we also do some teen peer support groups out in the community with youth.
Yeah, and a big part of this $17 billion settlement was that these social media sites, Instagram and Facebook specifically, are harming the teens and kids using it because of the addiction or the mental health issues that come with that. How have you seen that in the Racine County community specifically?
Yeah, so here in Racine County, 1 in 5 families is dealing with mental illness right now, and our youth are no exception to that. We're seeing exponential rates of anxiety and depression. They continue to climb in that teen and youth sector. And so, I mean, anecdotally, we hear stories of families struggling with social media. Not only is it addictive, you get the dopamine response from, all of the clicks and notifications, but it's also isolating teens. They're at home and they're not being, physically social and among their peers. They're doing it all behind a screen. In addition to the cyberbullying aspect and the constant social comparison of comparing themselves to other youth. So there's a lot of things that have affected youth mental health.
Yeah, and there is, like I said, up to $319 million coming into Wisconsin to help prevention programs with mental illnesses with children. In the meeting this morning, they were saying that it's going to go to prevention programs, like after-school programs, like I was saying. What are some of the biggest places that you think this money would be valuable?
Yeah, so this money really is promising. It's that hope that we can fix this huge issue. Too bad we've come to this point, and this wasn't prevented long ago. But this funding will give us the tools to really have that large systematic impact. We have a huge provider shortage. So we need mental health providers. It should go towards that. It should go towards community health programming, peer support, organizations like ours that are doing support in the community in different ways that are non-clinical. And then just youth programs, digital literacy, how kids can learn how to understand what's right and wrong with using digital technology, so all of those kinds of things.
Yeah, and along with this money, there's now going to be restrictions coming in with Facebook and Instagram. Some of those that they were saying between the ages of 13 and 17, there's going to be limits, 2-hour limits a day. There'll be limits during school time and when they get push notifications, even nighttime, and there's some of that parental control there. Do you think these restrictions are enough going forward?
So it needs to be a systematic approach. We need to have the system, restrictions of screen time, all of that. But there also needs to be parental control and support and programming built to really teach families and to give youth the tools to change their habits. It needs to be an all-around approach.
Yeah, and you were saying here in Racine County, there are so many teen and youth outreach programs. You were talking even about the Cop House here in Racine County, where you see a lot of teens and youth join, but then there's kind of a drop-off. And you said a big part of that is because these teens and youth, when they're dealing with social media, it's made them not as social. Can you talk to that a little bit? How have you seen social media affecting teen and youth in Racine County in a way that makes them not want to go out and be a part of these programs as willingly?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a whole group of things that have really caused us as humans to not be as social. I mean, COVID impacted it, but also there's this faux feeling of being social and being connected. We are more connected than ever with technology, with social media. You can just message somebody instantly, but it's not true social living and interacting as a human. And so I think it's creating this faux feeling that that's actually social interaction when it's not. Mm-hmm. And people are staying home and they're not going out and playing with their friends or meeting up at a park or as much. They're home behind their technology.
Yeah. And the DOJ is going to be the one assessing where this money goes out, what programs it's going to go to. If you had to pick a couple programs, either in Racine County or here throughout Wisconsin, what do you think the biggest places where you would say, hey, this money should for sure go to these areas?
Mm-hmm. It should for sure go towards mental health care, therapy providers, increasing the amount of providers. We have such a shortage, and then allowing kids and youth and families to have access to mental health care, increasing it wherever and whenever they interact, maybe implementing it in primary care, having therapists in all the schools. And then it should also go to community program like NAMI, great organizations that are really doing the work and helping families living with mental illness and making their lives better and try to, battle this problem that we are facing.
Yeah. Well, again, shout out NAMI in Racine County, and it was Carrie McGoy here, the executive director here. Carrie, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it, of course. And this money, the allocation that's going out to Wisconsin, up to $319 million, could be going out as soon as 2 months from now. But in the meeting this morning, the state was saying that it could be around the 6-month mark before programs start really seeing this money that was gained from this meta lawsuit. Haley?
Again, Ben Hansen here joining us live on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Ben, really appreciate you. I think sometimes when we hear stories like this and they're huge national cases, we forget that there can be these kind of local impacts right here in our counties, our cities, and our state. So really appreciate you localizing this one. And it is informative. We're going to see some of this settlement right here in Wisconsin. Of course, we'll tune into your full story coming up in our afternoon newscast to learn even more. But Ben Hansen there reporting for us live after, again, earlier this morning, Meta reaching a $17 billion settlement in their lawsuit all about teen social media addiction. It was a lawsuit that Wisconsin was a participant of. So again, we will be seeing some of that money come our way soon. We're going to take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Then we are going to continue to cover the big story that we broke for you yesterday here on the Live Desk, and that is, of course, the heartbreaking news of the loss of singer, songwriter, actress, legend Dolly Parton at the age of 80. So we'll continue to cover that for you right after this. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:30 on your Wednesday afternoon. Want to take us out live here to Brentwood, Tennessee. This is the gates of Dolly Parton's estate. And just moments ago, we actually watched this truck that you can see behind the gates come down and collect a huge amount of the flowers that have been brought here to remember Dolly. And there is still a huge amount left, and actually we can see one person now dropping off some new flowers for Dolly Parton. Again, this is right outside her home in Brentwood, a suburb of Nashville, as so many people continue to mourn the loss of the late, really just queen of country, Dolly Parton, who passed away yesterday at the age of 80. Her family saying it was after a short battle of cancer. We're still working to learn more specifics and the details here, but again, I think it was news that sent shockwaves just around the country. So many people heartbroken over the news that Dolly Parton had passed. We'll get you to some of those tributes that have poured in just a little bit, but I do actually want to bring in our next guest right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, being joined with Judy Schwirm. You are the former president of Make-A-Wish Wisconsin. We're going to chat about one of the wishes that Dolly so graciously granted back in 1990. But first, just while I have you, Judy, what was your reaction to this news yesterday, learning of the passing of Dolly Parton?
I felt terribly sad. And I did talk to friends. I also requested, I live in Newcastle, and I requested that on Saturday they show the movie 9 to 5. I also asked the chef to prepare a Dolly Parton cake for dinner. So a pink layer cake with lots of frosting.
I love that tribute to Dolly there. Of course, we saw lots of tributes like that, whether it was some cakes popping up actually at grocery stores. The Hone was lit up last night in honor of Dolly Parton. I know the Empire State Building did the same thing at 9:25 for 9/25. They lit up in pink and sparkles, just the way that Dolly would want it. And I know that Make-A-Wish actually reached out to us yesterday to talk about a wish that Dolly granted for a child right here in Milwaukee back in 1990. Tell me a little bit about this story.
It was a wonderful story. And back to Dolly for a minute. She's one person who is being remembered only with beautiful memories. And we had a little girl whose family approached us that she wanted to meet Dolly Parton. Turned out that Dolly was coming to the Bradley Center with Kenny Rogers for a show. And we have systems in place through Make-A-Wish of America that we can contact celebrities. But also, we do it the right way, and then we do it my way, which means I went right to the Bradley Center, and everybody just made it happen. And the night of the show, it was Dolly's idea to have the child meet her before the show so the little girl would not be too tired. And I rarely went on a wish. I went on this one because the family was unfamiliar with Milwaukee, and they had not gone far from home, and the little girl was pretty ill. So I did assist them, and it was a pleasure, and I was very proud to do that. We met Dolly and Kenny Rogers, and Dolly was so kind to the child and talked to her as a little girl she might have known, not as a sick child. And it was absolutely lovely. But the most beautiful part of the whole night, when the show began, and Dolly's song, of course, is Jolene. This little girl's name was Darlene. And every time she would come around, the theater was in the round, she would stop in front of the little girl and add the name Darlene to Jolene. And that was just, the parents were just overwhelmed. The little girl was totally surprised. So was I. That was a very kind and very welcome gesture that no one ever thought of except Dolly. And she did it beautifully. And she did it throughout the entire song, Jolene. So that was my special memory of her, and I'm sure for the family, it lingers today as it does with me.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a wish that was granted 36 years ago, and the way that you can reflect and remember it, obviously, it left a lasting impact on you, and to your point, I'm sure it absolutely left an impact on
Well, she was so
Darlene.
kind,
Yeah.
so kind and so natural, and she was so lovely with the child. There was no fawning or pretending that she was a very sick little girl. Just that she was a little girl, and she wanted to meet Darlene as much as Darlene wanted to meet Dolly. It was very, very lovely, very genuine.
I think for a lot of us yesterday, when we learned of the news of Dolly, we can only imagine who she was. And to your point, everyone, no matter who they are, where they came from, what their political beliefs or their religious beliefs are, really seem to agree that Dolly was one of the best. And it just seems to be this outpouring of love right now for the late singer. But for a lot of us, we never actually got to meet her the way that you did, Judy. So what else just stands out to you about that interaction with Dolly and who she was as a person?
She was very genuine, very kind, very thoughtful. And I so appreciate her taking time out before a big show to meet this little girl. And at that time, you could see how honest she was, how sweet, and how loving. And I can't think of anything about that night that wasn't perfect, thanks to Dolly. We also met Kenny Rogers that night, too, very briefly, but it was, little girl, it was a perfect wish.
Love hearing that. And of course, it's moments like this that we are reminded just how kind and compassionate and generous Dolly Parton was, even with her time here and meeting Darlene. Anything else you wanted to say about Dolly Parton?
Well, I just think she, unlike many people, has touched the entire world. This morning, I saw Buckingham Palace with the Royal Guard band playing 9 to 5. I thought, my goodness, she's a very good ambassador for the United States, for music, for everyone, just for living and doing the right thing at the right time, always. So we have a lot to learn from Dolly's kindness, simplicity, and love. We're lucky we had a chance to have her at the same time frame in history as we are in.
Judy, I don't think you could have said it better right there. I think absolutely we were so lucky to have Dolly Parton for 80 years. And while she may now be gone, her legacy and her lasting impacts are definitely going to be sticking around for quite a while, especially as we get to now hear more of these tributes and more people sharing their memories like you are. That's going to keep those things alive here for Dolly Parton. So, Judy, we really appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Well, thank you very much for doing this and for telling the Make-A-Wish story, which is always a beautiful one. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
You as well, Judy. Yes, Make-A-Wish is such an important foundation. They do so much good for our community. And obviously, we do our telethon once a year for Make-A-Wish, and we get to hear some of the wishes that the kids have that they would love to be granted. And how cool to hear about one of those wishes that was granted, and not even recently, all the way back in 1990. But again, for Judy there, the memory is still top of mind because of just how great Dolly Parton was to get to meet. As I mentioned, tributes continue to really pour in, and I know yesterday for a lot of us, we were wondering what Miley Cyrus was going to have to say about Dolly Parton. Famously, Dolly was Miley Cyrus's godmother. She played her aunt in the show Hannah Montana, but throughout the years, they have had such a close bond. And just a little bit ago, Miley Cyrus putting out a statement. So she really sat and wanted to think about what to say here for a while, but ultimately posting this photo of Dolly to her Instagram. And she wrote, "The feeling of losing my Aunt Dolly is beyond what feels right to share. Our most sacred moments were private, and they'll stay there behind the stage, beneath the glamour and between our hearts. What I know is Dolly would want me to feel it, write a song about it, and then continue on and be strong. I have an angel by my side. I always have." One of our last conversations was about music and metamorphosis. "I will always love her and want to make her proud. My heart breaks for the world, her family and friends who will miss her deeply. We're in this loss together, and we will see her in all of the most beautiful things." Gorgeous tribute there by Miley, again, to her godmother, her Aunt Dolly, who I know they were extremely close. They would perform all the time together as well, both on and off stage. And as Judy actually just mentioned, the tributes pouring in from even across the pond, the royal family posting on their social media account, again, even their kind of guards and band playing 9 to 5, which is gorgeous. If you want to go listen to it again, just look up the royal family's Instagram. But they wrote, "Remembering the late, great Dolly, who brought joy, comfort, and inspiration to so many, including the millions of children given free books through her imagination library. We will always love you." So again, it's not just Americans feeling the loss of Dolly Parton, but it is across the globe. People missing her and just heartbroken to hear of her passing. And as this statement mentions the Imagination Library, I know we were able to hear from Sheboygan a little bit ago about what that program meant for them and means for them, I should say. And we're going to hear from Racine in just a little bit as well about what the program means for them. Again, so many children given a book every single month up into the age of 5 because of Dolly Parton. She always said her dad wasn't taught to read, and that was something that brought him a lot of shame throughout his life, and she wanted to change that for others. Such a charitable and just generous woman. Again, that's one of many ways that she gave back to the community. We'll take another live look here actually in Brentwood, Tennessee, again at the memorial outside of her home. I just think it's so impressive that we just watched an entire truck load of flowers be picked up from this memorial, and there are still that many on the ground here in Brentwood as we see some other people stopping by, taking photos, wanting that moment to say goodbye to Dolly Parton. Again, she passed away yesterday at the age of 80. Her family said it was after a short battle of cancer. But a lot of people wondered what that meant for the future of some of her projects. Things like the Dolly musical, which if you didn't know is coming to Broadway this December. Dolly Parton was instrumental in kind of the production and the creation of that show. It had a run in Tennessee already as they worked out everything. That will still be opening in her honor. Her hotel is still going to open in Nashville in a little bit. Dollywood is open today. They said that was important to them, not to close, but to continue to be a place for people to gather and remember Dolly. And they even put out a statement today saying it's not going to feel any different. The magic of Dolly and what she brought to Dollywood and what she wanted it to be, that mission is going to stay the same. Again, I mean, look at how many people are stopping by to lay flowers and to remember Dolly. We've just been on the shot for a minute or two, and we've seen 4 or 5 individuals just stop with some flowers and remember Dolly. Again, this is outside her Brentwood estate. It was actually where she and her husband, Carl Dean, lived for 54 years. So certainly a very important home for them that they called home for more than 5 decades, and the place for some coming today to just remember Dolly Parton. And we're going to do the same throughout the Wisconsin Live Desk. Again, we have more guests joining us in just a little bit to continue to remember just this late singer and songwriter, actress, and legend. I think that's the best way to put it. But again, to Judy's point, have been so impressed at the outpouring of love for Dolly Parton, and that it really seems to be coming out of every corner of the world. People say this seems to be the one thing that everyone can agree upon, was that Dolly Parton represented so much goodness, and we all just really seemed to love Dolly. And again, just a hard loss for so many people. Dolly Parton passing at the age of 80 yesterday. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:45 on your Wednesday afternoon. Wanted to kind of read through some of the tributes again that have poured in for Dolly Parton these last 24 hours or so. This is from Jennifer Nettles, who is one of the lead singers of the duo Sugarland. She wrote, "The world is a better place because of Dolly Parton. She was a singing, dazzling, rhinestone example of what it means to be giving, kind, generous, gracious, and loving. She leaves us an artistic legacy that will never even remotely be rivaled. And moreover, she showed us what it means to be a leader of culture and an ally to those who need it most. And she did it all with a twinkle in her eye. Our hearts are broken at losing such a light. The stars will sparkle brighter tonight with her spirit. Thank you, Dolly, for everything." Also hearing from Blake Shelton, of course, another huge country star in the country world and obviously a Voice host for so many seasons. A photo here of Dolly and Blake on the set of The Voice. He wrote, "I can say with absolute certainty that we are all feeling the same heartbrokenness today. I only got to spend any real time with Dolly when Gwen and I got to work with her on The Voice. I want everyone to know that she was the exact person that you think she is. It was like most loving, most caring, and closest member of your family. Truly a loss for the entire world. We love you, Dolly." And again, so many people echoing that message of her just being one of the best when it comes to humanity. Carrie Underwood posting this one late yesterday afternoon, another one that I was waiting to hear from as somebody who obviously is a country star herself, but had performed with Dolly so many times. And Carrie wrote, "She's not gone. I know exactly where she is. She was the epitome of faith, grace, talent, beauty, and humor. She had a humble heart for Jesus and made everyone around her feel special. She was probably the one person on planet Earth that everyone loved and could agree on. She was a one of one, and no one will ever come close. It's all right to be sad that this world lost a legend, but heaven gained an angel. Well done, good and faithful Dolly. Welcome home." And we also, I think, have the video of the Empire State Building last night. As I mentioned, they chose to wait until 9:25, which is 9:25, and that is when they sparkled for Dolly. If you watch, it's going to go nice and pink here at the moment of 9:25, and I love that they chose that moment of 9:25. So many people love that song that Dolly Parton famously wrote and sang. I know a lot of people chose to wake up to it today just to remember Dolly, but another gorgeous tribute there from the Empire State Building. Similar to what the Hone did as well here in Milwaukee, because I think that love for Dolly, it's stretching not even just across our country, but as we mentioned with the royal family commenting on her loss, really just around the world, that universal love for Dolly Parton. So we'll continue to cover her legacy and stories really throughout the afternoon here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. In the meantime, let's take a live look outside here from our city center camera. Cloudy one out there, a little bit hotter than we've had the last few days, as well as we sit here at 81 degrees. So if you thought summer was over, you're wrong. It is back and ready to be felt, right, Holly, as we sit now once again here in the 80s.
Yes, I am really happy about being in the 80s. Most of my day, if I'm not here, is going to be spent working on our weather deck here. So I'm going to take my laptop outdoors and just soak up the sunshine. It is indeed a happy holiday forecast for us today. We are looking at that northern half of our state, and you see there we got a little bit more of those clouds starting to kind of come into the areas just to our north. Also to a chance for some scattered showers that way. We're much drier though as we look towards the south. We got a cold front that's going to overall pass through the area, so we could get a little bit more on the cooler side with temperatures maybe later on tonight. But looking at the amount of precipitation that we've seen across the entire state, really not that much for our area, but definitely towards our west. We're seeing a lot of rain, and even those northern communities have gotten their fair share of rain, which they're in a drought where their drought conditions are definitely severe. So it is good that they are seeing a little bit more of that rain. We do still deal with the drought conditions here in southeast Wisconsin, but we're just dealing with more of a moderate and even abnormally dry conditions. And hopefully over time, we get that drought monitor update tomorrow, but hopefully over time, we definitely start to have some improvement. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed. But as we head throughout the rest of tonight, we are overall going to stay dry. Maybe a stray shower could be possible later on this evening. Otherwise, though, we are looking to be really dry for the rest of the night. Heading into Thursday's forecast, we're also looking to keep things on the drier side. Looks like we'll have a happy Holly forecast for Thursday. And really the remainder of today is going to be a happy Holly forecast. So 80-degree temperatures, sunshine. That sounds like a recipe to go to the pool, if you ask me. Now, we look here at our temperatures and how they'll be trending throughout the rest of the day. They will start to drop, though, especially as we get towards the evening. We'll get to the 70s, and then we'll get to the upper 60s right after midnight. We also got to look at those dew points. Here's a look at the dew point forecast. Dew points a bit higher today, so it is a bit muggy. But then as we head throughout the remainder of the week, we do start to see that it takes it down a notch. So we go to sticky, and then eventually we'll get into that comfortable range. We're looking now, though, at our allergy report. We do got a little bit more of those ragweeds to be very high today. I actually read an alert. Now, it's not record-breaking ragweed totals, but we do still have those weeds to be on the higher side. As far as our grass and trees, though, that looks to be pretty low. Looking at our 6-day planner here, as we head into Thursday, dry, keeping the 80s around. Guys, summer continues. Look at this. 80s, and it gets even warmer when we start next week. Now, we got a lake breeze on Friday, and I think we're going to be thankful for that little 70-degree day or part of the day to kind of sneak in there. But we got 80s coming for the rest of this week, over the weekend and next week. We also are tracking a chance for some rain. So late Saturday into Sunday, that is our next opportunity for rain. That window also continues on Monday as well. So we're definitely keeping our eyes to the skies. But in the meantime, enjoy these beautiful moments that we do have as we kind of start to wrap up summer. Summer, we got maybe less than a month before summer is going to be officially over. Maybe not with temperatures. Maybe the heat will stick around a little longer. I'm hoping we get some more heat for September, but like the 75 to 80 degree type of heat. Other than that, though, they can keep the 90, near 90 degree weather. They can keep all of that. I mean, I'm ready to be able to enjoy fall, but not where it's cold. You know what I'm saying, Haley?
Yeah, I think we actually agree on this. I know normally you really like the heat. I am a fall lover. That's my favorite season. But I'm okay with like the 75 to 80 summer days. Those are really nice. Not too hot. You can enjoy it. But I'm also okay for like 65 degrees, the crisp coolness where you just want your pumpkin spice latte. She said only in the morning.
No, like in the morning though, like you know that feeling of fall when you're like that when you're going to school as a kid and that crisp and then it warms up but it doesn't get hot. It warms up enough you can go outside for recess. I'm craving that type of weather.
That's true. Yeah.
Maybe that's pre-fall weather.
There was something really exciting about the first day of school, and I always felt like that was the weather that I got growing up in Illinois. Yes, that just like you're not freezing, but you want maybe a little sweatshirt or something, and it's nice, and you're right, it does usually warm up by the middle of the day, but I'm ready for that.
Me too, I am. I'm just ready to see pumpkins and corn and
the fall foliage. I love the colors of the leaves.
Ask me again when it starts getting to that colder half of fall if I'm enjoying it still. Yeah. Just ask me again later, but I'm definitely looking forward to it right now. I think we've had a pretty good summer overall. I've had a good summer.
I agree, Holly, and I like the forecast for now. We appreciate you joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm not ready for the winter by any means, but I will take just a little taste of fall here and there as we get it in our forecast. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be back with more news right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 1:56 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's one of those weeks where I really genuinely do have to check my watch every time we come back from the commercial break to see if it's Wednesday, because it seems to be lasting forever. Maybe you guys are feeling the same way, but also maybe it's because it's been a heavy week already as we continue to talk about Dolly Parton and the loss that is this just legend, singer, songwriter, actress, again, Dolly Parton passing away yesterday at the age of 80. Her family says it was after a short battle with cancer. Ultimately, her nephew announcing her passing via a video he recorded and posted to Dolly Parton's Instagram and social media. And I have to say, what I thought was beautiful and what I found comfort in was that that was how Dolly said she wanted her passing to be announced. She had asked her nephew a couple of years ago to kind of take that honor on and to make sure that her wishes were honored there in that video. And there was something beautiful about this not leaking. It was, we learned that news from the family in the way, the time, the manner that they wanted us to learn it. Again, we're told she passed away earlier that morning yesterday, actually at a medical center where she was getting treatment. Again, we were told she had a short battle with cancer. We don't know yet what that cancer was. I imagine that as the weeks and months go on, we will continue to get more details. But right now, most people are just choosing to remember who Dolly was, the legacy that she left behind, and just everything that she stood for. Of course, a part of that legacy will be Dollywood. That is her theme park in Tennessee, and a lot of people wondered if it would be open today, and it is open today. They said that was important to them to make sure that they have a place that people can go and be together and to always remember Dolly. And they said that nothing's going to change. That magic that Dolly brought to the theme park, what she drew up in her mind, what she wanted this spot to be, that is all going to stay consistent and the same for many, many years to come, as people will have a way of always going and remembering Dolly Parton and who she was. And as we take a live look here at Dollywood, I do want to just open up our conversation. Of course, here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, we love getting to hear from you and then getting to use some of your answers throughout the show. It's a very interactive space here. We really, really like hearing from you guys. So we asked this question yesterday, but we will ask it again today. What is your favorite memory of Dolly Parton? To share that with us, you can either scan the QR code that is right above the Wisconsin Live Desk logo, or you can just head to fox6now.com/connect. Again, we will be able to share your responses right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Yesterday, when I was trying to think of what my favorite memory of Dolly Parton would be, I was thinking growing up, kind of being introduced to her on the show Hannah Montana, which I know Dolly was actually so grateful for Miley. Again, that's her goddaughter. We read her statement a little bit ago for giving her that platform to introduce her to a whole new generation. And so many people then learned of Dolly and loved Dolly. But again, I think I gotta just give it to her. Maybe 2 years ago now on Thanksgiving, she performed at the Cowboys game, did their halftime show, and everyone loves America's Sweethearts. That's what the DCC, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, are known for and as. And of course, they have a pretty iconic uniform, and Dolly came out in her own version of that, rocking it in her late 70s. That'd probably be my favorite memory of Dolly Parton. Jeffrey Ward here sharing his favorite memory. He says, my favorite memory of Dolly Parton is when she hosted Saturday Night Live in 1989. My favorite skit was when she was gathered around with the cast members and told mountain stories from her childhood that all featured a comical commonality. Love hearing so many of these memories. We just heard from Judy, who shared a memory from 1990, and obviously Jeffrey here now sharing a memory from 1989. I think that's what's so beautiful of Dolly and how long her career was, that so many different decades hold different favorite memories for Dolly Parton and for Dolly Parton fans. Again, taking a live look right now at Dollywood, which so many people were wondering, as I mentioned, would it be open today? It absolutely is, as they carry on her legacy. Getting this answer from Tyrone Moore. Favorite Dolly movie? Easy. Rhinestone with Sly Stallone. She was lovable and funny and made that movie fun to watch. I have loved in all of the tributes so many people saying that she's probably up there rhinestoning the pearly gates and talking about how the stars were shining brighter last night as she brought that rhinestone and just her favorite, outfits and glitter and persona to the sky last night. Again, it was cool to see the Hone Bridge also kind of light up for Dolly and the Empire State Building light up for Dolly. This one's from Isabel Branger, maybe Branger, saying, Dolly's music changed my life. Through every heartbreak, challenge, and joy, her pure joy and love warmed me through her songs. Love this one. And again, it feels like she was able to almost write songs for each of us that we could all relate to. And yes, every emotion was covered in her discography, but when people use that word joy to describe Dolly, I just think they're getting it right. There was something about her that was absolutely so joyful. Lisa Johnson here. One of my greatest connections with Dolly Parton was the song My Coat of Many Colors my mama made for me. I had to use my jeans for the next school year, and my mom hemmed them up and sewn on a different fabric. I love the clips that are also coming in of Dolly talking about, what her style and her wardrobe was and how she was just so her. She didn't care what anyone else thought. She always would say people, maybe would call her style trashy, but for her it was what she loved and she owned that. And there is something about finding out who you are and then doing it on purpose, that quote that she always had. Vanessa, my favorite movie, 9 to 5. Love you, Dolly Parton. We did hear from some of her co-stars in that movie. Jane Fonda wrote a beautiful tribute that I'll see if we can pull up for you at some point in the Wisconsin Live Desk. That was another tribute that came in after we were off the air yesterday. But yes, so many people having just a myriad of different, favorite memories with Dolly. And I love this as we talk about all she did in her career. We've hit the acting here as we talk about favorite movie. We've hit the singing as we talk about, favorite songs. We've hit her style as people wanted to copy that. And her humor with Saturday Night Live. What a good conglomeration here that you guys are sharing of your favorite memories of Dolly Parton. And again, if you want to join the conversation, just scan that QR code. It is right above the Wisconsin Live Desk logo, or you can always go to fox6now.com/connect to join in on the conversation, because we are going to continue to talk about Dolly Parton. Again, a huge loss for so many yesterday with the news of her passing. And so many people have also talked about how charitable Dolly Parton was. I mean, she gave, I think I saw a number yesterday that was like $500 million in her lifetime. But she also had her own charity. So I want to go ahead and bring in Allie Hag, who is joining us right now, the CEO of United Way, Racine County, to talk a little bit more about the Imagination Library. Allie, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, I guess for starters, just because we were just walking through some of our viewers' favorite memories of Dolly Parton, I'll ask you the same question. Do you have a favorite memory of Dolly Parton?
I think every memory of Dolly Parton is my favorite because she is an absolute icon and someone that I looked up to as a role model growing up and continue to growing into my career now. So she's amazing and will be really missed by United Way and United Way of Racine County.
Yes, I think that it is just a sentiment thought and felt by so many people these last 24 hours as we've learned of the passing of Dolly Parton. But her legacy and her impact is going to continue on. And I know one of the things that she was so proud of and what was so important to her was her Imagination Library. I mean, for starters, just in case anyone is tuning in and they've never heard about this program before, tell us a little bit about it, because she really got so many books in the hands of children.
She really did. So Imagination Library is a program that provides age-appropriate books to every child in the community that the program is offered from the age of birth until 5 years old. They're free. They're offered once a month, and they rotate out every year. So if you have multiple kids in a family, chances are they're not going to receive the same book over and over. So it's a wonderful program that is offered through 5 different countries, and since its inception has provided more than 300 million books to local children.
What does that program look like for you? I think sometimes we hear of things with Dolly and maybe we associate it with Tennessee, but it's right here in Racine County available to our kids.
Absolutely. So United Way of Racine County offers that program through the support of SC Johnson, Lavelle, and United Women United, which is an affinity group that we offer. United Way pays for the books, and we work through the Imagination Library program to deliver those books. So we have had this program since 2009. Since its inception, we've had over 22,000 Racine County children enrolled in the program. We currently have about 7,400 kids in the program. And we've offered more than 660,000 books thanks to Dolly Parton and the Imagination Library program.
I mean, those numbers that you just said, I mean, this is a huge impact that Dolly Parton has been able to have even here in Racine County. What does that mean for you guys to get to kind of partner, obviously with sponsors as well as with the Imagination Library, to physically put these books in the hands of our own community members, our own kids?
So there's a ton of research that indicates the earlier your children can have access to books and to reading, the better it is for them most socially, emotionally, and transitioning into school age time. So for us, it's a game changer because we're able to provide access to resources to every child in our community. One of the special things I love about the Imagination Library program is one of the requirements is that there's no income requirement. So any child in our community can sign up for the program. It's about $31 per year per child. And because of Imagination Library and the foundation that was created through Dolly Parton, that is an accessible dollar amount that is available to us and many other communities across the world. And we're extremely grateful for that.
I imagine there's some people watching right now just finding out that this is available in Racine County thinking, I have a child, I would love to sign them up for this. Kind of walk us through that process.
Super simple. So all you need to do is visit our website, which is unitedwayracine.org. We have an Imagination Library page on our website that will walk you through the process of signing your child up and registering them. You have to be a Racine County resident in order to qualify. If you do not live in Racine and you're interested in the program, you can just simply visit the Imagination Library website, the national website, put in your zip code, and it'll let you know if that program is offered in your community and then direct you to the appropriate site to sign up in your own community.
And I guess as we know, remember Dolly Parton, I think it's so impressive and it speaks to who she was that, yes, for me, I mean, I went home yesterday and I put on so many of her songs thinking, oh yeah, she had this hit and this hit and this hit. And she was an incredible actress. And, you know, there's so many shows or movies to watch there. But I really think a huge part of the reflection and just the memorials that are coming out and the memories of Dolly Parton was this generous component of who she was. I mean, what does that mean to you knowing that, yes, you know, she was as successful can be, but at the core for her, she wanted to give back, and this was one of the ways she did?
We're extremely grateful, and so are so many different organizations and individuals, kids, you know, that have access to these books. I think that one of the amazing things about Dolly Parton is that she developed Imagination Library to not just sustain for her lifetime, but for lifetimes to come. She wanted to be able to offer this program even after she was not there to see it. And we're truly grateful for that. It is a complete game changer for many different communities across the US. And I think ultimately what we all can take away from Dolly Parton and her life is that she, above everything else, was just an amazing human being. And because of that, amazing things happened when you worked with her, like Imagination Library.
It's a good reminder there, too, that the program is not going anywhere. Of course, so many people heartbroken at her loss, but her impact, her legacy continuing on. And if you're wondering just how important Imagination Library was to Dolly Parton, this is where her family is asking charitable donations be made in lieu of flowers. Of everything they could pick, they're pointing it right here to the Imagination Library because it truly just meant so much to Dolly Parton, and they want that legacy to continue. Anything else you wanted to mention about the program or Dolly?
Just want to say that we remember her fondly, and she is an absolute national icon, and she will be deeply missed by United Way.
Absolutely. Allie, we appreciate you taking a few minutes here to join us on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And again, it's, encouraging news to anyone listening who has that child 0 to 5. Go register them today if you're in Racine County. They do qualify, and they can get these books in their hands as well. Again, Allie joining us here from United Way, the CEO there of Racine County, where there is an Imagination Library. And to her point, if you don't live in Racine County, you can go to the Imagination Library website. It's very quick. You enter your zip code, I think your city and your country, and it will let you know whether or not there is that program where you live. But again, so many people just continuing to reflect and remember Dolly Parton. Beautiful tributes continuing to come in today. As I mentioned, Miley Cyrus putting out a beautiful one about her Aunt Dolly, her godmother, and what she meant to her. And again, we've just seen that time and time again from people who met her, from people who knew her very well, from people who never met her. So many people just have such a strong love for Dolly Parton. Again, passing away yesterday at the age of 80 after a short battle with cancer. I imagine this will continue to be a very big story in the days and weeks to come. We'll take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll get you back out to more news.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 2:13 on your Wednesday afternoon. I'm going to be with you for about the next 15 minutes or so. Then Mary Stoker-Smith going to take over. She'll get you to 3:30 before Maddie rounds things out, getting you guys all the way to 4 because we are live and local from noon to 4 here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And of course, after that, our afternoon newscast will keep you covered here on Fox 6. Very excited for our next interview here because Brett Lemoyne has found where he belongs, and that is on stage under a spotlight because Brett is a star. And you're really talking about,
yes.
Take it away, Brett.
Yeah,
I
was just going to say, I'm in an empty theater, so it's perfect. It's my audience.
A crowd of one. A crowd of one.
A crowd of one. Yes. No, Haley, this is so cool. I've been to the Civic Theater, the Waukesha Civic Theater, many times. This is actually the first time that I've been on stage. I feel like I should have practiced a monologue or something like that to just kind of, do a little jig. I don't want to brag, Haley, but I was the big bad wolf in my preschool production of The Three Little Pigs, and some would say the big bad wolf was the star. But
you've always been a star.
No, this is the This is the 70th season at the Waukesha Civic Theater. So they're celebrating an incredible milestone. And hot in my hands here is the whole rundown. We've got Moon Over Buffalo, that starts next month, and Clyde's, Mary Poppins, Blind Dating at Happy Hour, Something Rotten, Steel Magnolias, and Little Shop of Horrors. There's really something for everyone here, which is the goal. They wanted to do that. They wanted to make sure it was a very diverse palette of performances here at the Civic Theater. And one of the productions is Clyde's. And for those who aren't familiar, we've got the director of Clyde's, Ashley Jordan, here. Thank you so much for joining us. A big day because you're auditioning for parts tonight.
Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, please come out. I mean, this is a story of 5 people who are telling their story through their own lens. They have recently been incarcerated and they're trying to get back up on their feet and recover. And so it is definitely a show that you want to see.
Yeah.
Such a powerful production.
It's going to challenge the audience in a way that perhaps folks aren't expecting.
Absolutely, yes, yes, yes. We see Clyde and we see Montrellis, and they're really kind of polar opposites, but Clyde kind of has this take of like, this is what it is, and you just need to face your reality. And Montrellis, through the love of food, really talks about how there is hope, how there is redemption, and you can determine your own fate.
And you're looking for a wide variety of actors and actresses to take these parts. But I was hearing during some of the earlier auditions, there are people that are bringing their own lived experiences from working in diners and things like that.
Oh, yes. We had a young man, it was his first audition yesterday. He took out an apron, you know how they say dress the part? Right. Oh, it was phenomenal. And I mean, his acting during the audition brought me to tears. Oh, wow. So I think, and I've been doing this for a little while now. Yeah. So it's amazing to see how art often does imitate life, and life imitates art. And so we are really vessels, and Clyde's really hones into that. And I'm excited for the audience to really not only react, but put a little bit of action behind this work and how it all ends. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah, no spoilers, no spoilers. But it's so important to have diverse voices, especially in a theater setting like this. And at a civic theater, a lot of ways, this is sometimes people's first kind of gateway to the arts. Yes. in a lot of ways, because it's so accessible. It's in your downtown, it's in your backyard. Why is it important to have diverse voices, not only on stage, but also behind the scenes as well?
Oh, absolutely. So my background is in youth programming, and oftentimes we see students, sometimes they are more introverted, they're a little bit more timid, and so it's cool for students to say, oh, wait a minute, I may not be the actor on the stage, but I may be doing the sound or the lighting. And so that is what is really important to this work, bringing in different artists. Many of the artists that are behind the scenes I've brought along with me. I've said, hey, I'm working on this production. Would you be open to this? And that's the phenomenal part, really seeing the diversity, the BIPOC artists grow not only on the stage, but behind the scenes as well.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Ashley, but you were telling me earlier that you live in Milwaukee. Yes. Not very familiar with Waukesha. This was kind of a new experience coming out into Waukesha. But that's, I think, so great about this experience, right, is because there's people, you're our neighbors across the county line here, and it's being able to have different voices come not only here, but then you get exposed to different voices as well. And so that's so important. What I think is so great, too, about this lineup at the Civic Theater is there's something for everyone, right? I mean, if you, like you said, this is kind of a gritty performance that's going to leave you really thinking about things. But there's also musicals. You got Disney, you got Mary Poppins, you got Little Shop of Horrors. What is it that kind of drew you to being an actor?
Wow, that's a great question. I always say that I came out the womb acting. Like I was kind of dramatic on spot. But I think for me it is really amplifying voices who may not have the chance or the opportunity. I love that Lynn Nottage has really told such a multiverse palette of different stories, because oftentimes we don't get to hear them, or we kind of don't challenge ourselves to really sink our teeth teeth into those stories. So acting for me, it is storytelling. It really is finding a way to explore those different emotions in a safe way, but also in a real way. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Are there any roles that you think that I would be good for? Like a walk-on, or like somebody in the kitchen maybe, or I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I think you could audition for Jason, who actually, he is one of the characters in Lynn Nottage's previous play, Sweat. It was done at UWM a few years ago, but Jason, he kind of he's in this place of redemption, so I see it. I see it. You kind of have the build, the physique for sure. And so he's challenging himself. He's going through some rough things as well. I won't spoil his story, but he's going through some rough times, and he's kind of trying to figure out, okay, like, how do I land on my feet, but also how do I function in this space and in this world as well, because he's the newbie on the block. So you know how that can be really challenging, especially given the background and the power dynamic in Clyde's, which is one of my favorite things to really explore, because we see hierarchies in so many different systems, you know. So
well, and I mean, there's nothing better, I think, than a redemption arc. You know, a full arc for characters like that, and this sounds like you got 5 of them. You got 5 of these in these stories, so this is fantastic to be able to hear.
Absolutely, it 100% is, and I think that these characters, they really evolve in a way that we oftentimes don't get to see, and oftentimes we kind of become numb to, right? We hear so much trauma, we take in all of these different things, and sometimes it just kind of lands on our ears, and we go on about our day, right? But this allows us to really say, okay, let me take this in, let me feel what they feel, or try to practice empathy. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see all of these characters, and I'm excited for the actors too, because I think sometimes you don't always get to do this work. And my goal is Tazake Shanj, who wrote For Color Girls. I'm a huge fan of her work. She wrote, which For Color Girls was a choreo poem. And so I'm hoping that Clyde's, though it is a play, a traditional play, we will have music, we will have a playlist, right, that you all will be able to access and really memorialize the work that is happening on this stage. So you'll be able to take that playlist with you and say, oh, I remember I went to go see this show. It'll be in the program.
Oh, nice.
So
oh my gosh, you've sold it, Ashley. We're in, not only for Clyde's, but for the whole 70th season, which is incredible. Ashley, thank you so much. I know I'm not supposed to say good luck, right? Break a leg? Break a leg. Okay, break a leg. I don't know if that's the Shakespeare thing, or what is it, Hamlet or something like that? I don't know what it is, Haley, but I know you're not supposed to say good luck, so I won't say that. But we thank Ashley, and I don't know. You think the stage is calling me here, Haley? I think maybe I'm lobbying for a walk-on role of Little Shop of Horrors. Oh. I could be maybe like digested by the plant.
Yeah.
Or help! It's coming to get me.
Was this a live audition? Because I'm going to cast you. That was excellent, Brett. I have a quick question for you.
All right. Yes.
Looking at the line about the 70th season, and we're not going to include Clyde's just because obviously we just heard about it, we love it. Besides Clyde's, what is maybe the show you're the most excited to see this season?
Oh my gosh, I have to just pick one?
Yeah.
I mean, Mary Poppins sounds like that would be
a
thrill for the whole family, and I'm sure there's some stage wizardry involved in that as well, but I don't know. I mean, Little Shop of Horrors is also very good.
That's your part. I mean, I don't know that I have the ability to cast you, but if I did, Brett Lemoyne cast right now as the cameo of the person who gets scared and attacked by the plant.
It's not until later in the season, so June. No, it's not till next June.
Oh, okay.
So I've got plenty of time
to work on it,
my acting skills,
workshop it,
and really craft that performance of man frightened by plant. That's the role I was born to play.
I already see the standing ovation. They're going to ask for a curtain call. They're going to be so blown away by Brett Lemoyne, the way that we always are here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Well, thank you.
Brett, we appreciate you joining us once again today, and break a leg in your story coming on the newscast later on today.
Thank you, Haley.
It's a plan. Brett Lemoyne there reporting for us live. I imagine people will also be very excited for Steel Magnolias as we talk about Dolly Parton and her legacy and the films that she was in. That was another one that I'm sure a lot of people will remember her acting in for and in, and another good way to maybe go and honor Dolly by seeing their production of Steel Magnolias. Did want to pull up the tribute of Jane Fonda. I know we were talking earlier about 9 to 5. This was one of her co-stars here, and this is what she wrote yesterday on her social media. Jane writing, "I am devastated. I just learned that Dolly has moved on. I know that millions are mourning, and I want to say this, more than anyone I have ever known, Dolly will always be with us because she was so present, so powerful, so generous and playful that she is woven into all our lives and hearts forever. We have our memories of her songs, Dollywood, 9 to 5, the millions of books she got into the hands of children, all the iconic images that bring her to us, and they are all blessings. Let's be grateful for all that she has left us to ease our sadness now. I never knew anyone like her. She was simultaneously a naughty, playful Southern gal from the hollows of Tennessee and a deep, soulful thinker who could see through people right down to their true selves. She was many things, a lyricist, songstress, player of many instruments, writer, prankster, visionary, loyal friend who'd never go to bed before she and her friends had laughed so hard they'd have to cross their legs. She had a survivor's instinct and seemed to always know just what to do, just what to say to make things right. And then she'd stick her butt out the car window and moon Kenny Rogers home. She was the voluptuous embodiment of empathy. That's something of hers she'd want us all to take with us. She said to her gay and trans fans, I want you to know that she loved you. You know that without me telling you. She loved all her fans, and they are legion. And you know she doesn't want y'all to mourn now. Dress up and celebrate her spirit. But first, watch the final episode of Grace and Frankie, where she's an angel, the head honcho working class angel in heaven. Rest in peace, beautiful woman. We love you. Again, one of many tributes for Dolly Parton. So many people continuing to mourn this legend and all that she did for us, whether it be her songs, her movies, or her generosity and her charity work. Dolly Parton, missed by so many one day after learning of her passing at the age of 80. Take another quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Be back with more news after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 2:29. Mary Stoker-Smith going to take over here shortly, get you guys all the way to 3:30. While we handle the transition, want to get us into the courtroom here in Massachusetts. Lindsay Clancy trial. We did see both sides rest their cases earlier today, and the jury was dismissed for the day ahead of closing arguments kicking off tomorrow. What's happening right now inside the courtroom is the charge conference. So this is basically the last thing they need to do before closing arguments. It is the prosecution, it is the defense, and it is the judge figuring out the specific instructions that the jury is going to receive. So not always in agreement here. They're going to iron out the details. They're going to kind of work to all agree on what set of instructions the jury will receive, because most likely they'll be getting those instructions tomorrow before they enter the deliberation phase. So we'll go ahead and listen in here. Again, Lindsay Clancy trial set for closing arguments tomorrow, working on getting those instructions figured out for the jury.
And if a jury says, well, look, evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave, or that you would give, are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication, and I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadozzi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication, and that would apply if in fact there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. They have, some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors, you're talking about tricyclics, you're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime, but yet when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police, and every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
Where it's talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
It's in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of the prescription drugs.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction.
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking, just to go.
I agree with
if
that.
I give it, it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know. I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see that there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself.
Everybody, we've been listening to the arguments there, and the closing arguments are set tomorrow, but we've been listening to the Lindsay Clancy trial, one that has captivated the nation and really sparked an ongoing conversation about postmenopausal distress, of course, and postpartum depression. So many topics there that we will continue to delve into and look at. But again, tomorrow the closing arguments will begin, but more to come on the Lindsay Clancy trial, the woman who was accused of strangling her two children and in a psychotic episode after giving birth. That's what at least the defense is arguing. Prosecution is saying she needs to be held criminally responsible for the death of those three children. Closing arguments set tomorrow, and of course we'll bring you the latest on that. We're going to take a quick break and come back because we have a very special guest talking about what happened yesterday, and that is the death of our beloved Dolly Parton. We're going to delve a little bit more into her life, look at her legacy when we come right back here on Fox Local. Keep it right here. So glad to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk, everybody. Boy, yesterday was a tough day, wasn't it? We still felt it. I can remember where I was, and I think a lot of you can remember too yesterday when we heard the death of Dolly Parton, when we heard that she had passed away, and then hours later it was indicated that she died from a brief battle with cancer. We did know that she had some underlying health issues. She had canceled her residency. I think she was recently given a big award and she was unable to make that ceremony, and that was really a red flag because, you know, if anybody wanted to be there, it was Dolly, and to see that she had kind of stepped back from that was disconcerting, thinking, boy, whatever's going on with her must be serious. And then we heard her come on and give that video announcement to her fans to say, I ain't dead yet, in Dolly's fashion, as she usually does. But so we were really hoping for the best, and then yesterday we saw the worst, and we all took a collective sigh and just a pause because we can't believe this American treasure is gone. But what a legacy she left behind. It's a hard one, and it's going to take a while to sink in. But for that, we just try to look back at her life and at her legacy, and that's what we do today. And Scott Dolphin, I thank you so much for being here with us today. And you've talked about, first of all, we were talking a little bit in commercial break about her legacy. This goes far beyond country music, but let's talk about that because when we were talking to you during the break, you were saying her range, her musicality, just in terms of country music, her songwriting ability, I think sometimes was overshadowed from her big celebrity, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, Mary. You know, she wrote like 5,000 songs in her lifetime, and I think she started when she was 13 or 14 years old. That, of course, built into what she did in Nashville, moved there like a week after graduating high school, and the rest is history. But she's an incredible songwriter. I don't know if a lot of people knew until recently that she was the pen behind "I Will Always Love You," which she took to #1 3 different times. Mm-hmm. And the fact that Whitney Houston had that monster hit with it, and Dolly gave Whitney all the credit, and deservingly so, saying, this is our song. It's not just my song. Whitney has as much to do with the success of this song as I do.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember growing up in the 70s, if you were of the younger generation, you may not have known that was Dolly's song, but I remember my grandparents watching her on, I don't know if it was her show or another show, and her singing that. She was in Swing. And I remember the first time I saw her, just this larger-than-life, glitter, glamour, but this soft demeanor she had, and that beautiful voice and that song, one of the most beautiful songs ever written. Yeah. So, yeah, I agree.
The story was, she wrote it to Porter Wagner. It wasn't a romantic type love song, but she realized he was the big reason behind her success in those early days. So she wrote that song when she was leaving his show. I don't think she had any idea it was going to be what it was. I mean, it went #1 originally in 1973, 1974, and then it was part of a Broadway show that she did, that she ended up turning into a movie, and from there it moves on to Whitney Houston. And then after the success of that, Dolly re-recorded it again, and it was #1 for a third time for her.
And I thought at some point I had heard, she kind of sat down at her kitchen table one night and gave it to him the next day. That always sat with me, and she could just write in a couple minutes. Most of us, it would be like, okay, it took me 2 years to put that together, just innate talent, from an early age. But there are so many parts of her that are so remarkable. You look at her humble beginnings. And I remember at one point, I used to watch all the interviews that she did, not only because I loved her, but she was a great interviewee. And she talked about how they all slept in a bed. They were like this one-room cabin in Tennessee. And she's like, oh, yeah, somebody peed the bed, but it was okay because it was warm in the middle of the night. You kind of got warm. She would say these things, and they were so authentic and true. And you're like, it just made her even more human.
Can you imagine? So not a one-bedroom home, a one-room home in the Smoky Mountains in Sevierville, Tennessee. And what I love about her, Mary, is the fact that she has always carried that with her. That's been more important to her than anything else in her life, the fact that she remembered those humble beginnings. I mean, Coat of Many Colors is such an awesome song. And, she took that message and wrote that was based on a true story about her. She was so proud of this coat that her mother had made for her from scraps laying around the house that somebody donated. It turned into one of her first #1 songs. And, the rest is, that's another song that has gotten legs too. It was a movie and was made into a book and lots of other stuff.
Yeah. Did you ever meet her?
I came close twice. So when I was in California doing radio, I actually got to bring her and Kenny Rogers on stage when they were touring together in the late 1980s. That was at the California Mid-State Fair, but unfortunately, I did my bit and then it was off stage and was gone. The closest I ever got to meeting her was in 2005. The CMA Awards were actually in New York City at Madison Square Garden. Dolly gave us, a handful of radio stations, about 30 minutes of her time. And it was a brief Q&A session, and I actually got to ask her a question. So we made eye contact. She was on stage. I was down below, but I got to ask her a question. And that was that's my bucket list right there. I asked Dolly Parton a question.
Do you remember what the question was?
Sort of. I asked her at the time who impressed her in the upcoming female country music stars of the time. And this would have been, you're talking the era with Miranda Lambert. Carrie Underwood had just won American Idol at that point. Mm-hmm. And I know she mentioned them, but she mentioned a few other people that she loved. And and that was cool. I mean, and she was like that until the very end. I mean, I heard an interview with John Party, who is an up and coming pretty big country star now. And he said he never met her, but she would send him birthday gifts every year. And that's just the kind of person she was.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at some video right now of her. She was so dynamic, so many things. We're looking at video of her at Dollywood. And of course, what I always loved was her hallmark, the Imagination Library. She was a champion of literacy, in large part because her dad couldn't read or write. And so that was huge. Again, that just went beyond the musicality, where she ventured out and she just did so many other things with her celebrity. How did that impress you?
Well, especially with the movies, I don't think Dolly ever got the credit. I mean, people that love those movies, Steel Magnolia, Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, 9 to 5, of course. They thought, I'm going to go see that movie if I'm a Dolly Parton fan. But then you watch her on screen and you're like, she is incredible. I mean, not only a great singer-songwriter, but what an actress too, and she starred in all of those movies. It wasn't like she was doing a bit part because she was Dolly Parton. That was something that was most impressive to me.
Yeah, exactly. I think 9 to 5, what did, was it Jane Fonda who said she memorized not only her lines, but everybody's? And that kind of tickled me,
Yeah, what a cast. Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, of course, Dabney Coleman played the ultimate heel bad guy boss.
He was so great. That was awesome. I think one of the other things that really impressed so many of us, and the reason we felt like we knew her, even though we didn't meet her, was just the way that she connected to people, the way she was so unapologetically herself. Her famous quote, costs a lot of money to look this cheap. She talked about her over-the-top personality, and I saw a documentary last night, and she said at the beginning of her career, I think, you got to tone it down. She said, no, this is who I am, and it's going to make me a lot of money, but I think she did that because she wanted to. It wasn't about the money. That was kind of what she wanted to do.
She lit up every room she went in, and just talking to people over the last couple of days that had actually met her said that was not an act. That wasn't something she did for the camera or the fans or on stage. She was like that everywhere she went, and I can't imagine her anywhere else. I mean, it's just she was almost like a folk hero, like somebody wrote a story and she was the star in it, but it was all real life, and it really showed her coming from her humble beginnings up in Appalachia and then becoming who she was. She never forgot those roots, and that was a big part of her story.
Yeah. What do you think the kids, so to speak? You talked about the Carrie Underwoods, and she's obviously, that was many years ago, but when the kids look at her, what do you think they can take away? Because one of the things that we heard over and over again yesterday was, when you look at this little girl, we're seeing her on screen right now, there'll never be another one like her. People will try to imitate and emulate, but there'll never be another one like her. What do you think the message is to the kids today when they see this woman who is self-made and who did so much with her life?
Yeah, I think, if Dolly had to give a message, it would be, work hard and your talent will carry you through. Nashville is full of so many incredible artists. You can go into any bar on Broadway 365 days a year. They're all open 365 days a year, by the way. And you'll find people that have unbelievable voices, not quite like Dolly Parton. But I think her message would be work hard, stay humble, because that's what she did. And it did pay off for that younger generation, seeing interviews with people like Kelsey Ballerini and Maren Morris and Casey Musgraves, who's going to be playing Fiserv Forum in a week or two. they all just gushed about her, what an incredible friend she was, and how blessed they were to have a chance to spend time with her and learn from her. And what she has passed down is just immeasurable to them.
And not only country, I saw a tribute from Pitbull last night, who said he was so encouraged. I think they had some connection. I don't know if they talked or whatever, but he said she was really, really, encouraging to me and served as gave me a boost. I don't know how that happened. Do you know anything about that?
She has always been, she's never been afraid of stepping outside of the box when it comes to recording with other artists. Now, I'm not exactly sure if she recorded with Pitbull, but I know Jack White, Sabrina Carpenter. I mean, there's a list you can look up. She has recorded with so many different artists from so many different genres. And I'll never forget, Mary, when she was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2022, she said, I don't belong here. There's so many incredible rock and roll artists that should be here. But then, of course, she goes to Cleveland. She absolutely kills the show. Everybody is blown away by Dolly Parton. But that's another cool part of her life that doesn't get talked about much, how she's been able to mesh with people in other musical formats. I mean, look at Mick Jagger and Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr. Everybody from around the world loved Dolly Parton and let everybody know about it.
I thought about it for a millisecond last night. One of the things I love most is that nobody's talked about race and a racial barrier. Everybody loved her. There were no boundaries. There was no, I'm country and you're rap or whatever. She was like this university loved, national treasure who just had so much love, and you really felt like she was kind of for the underdog. If you ever felt marginalized or different, you kind of looked at Dolly and she made it okay to be who you were, to be unique.
That's a great point. I mean, and a lot of that probably goes back to her roots again, just not seeing color. And the other amazing thing, not only race, but politicians from both sides of the aisle are chiming in. What? They're actually agreeing on something? Yeah. And Dolly was never political. Yeah. She refused major honors from several different presidents on both sides of the aisle because she just wanted to keep everybody happy. You know what? And her political beliefs were herself, and there was nothing wrong with that. But again, everybody loved her. And I don't think it would have mattered if she said she was a Republican or a Democrat. She was just who she was. And, and people accepted that because she was just an incredible person.
Yeah, she leaves behind such a legacy, a long family. We've been looking at pictures from Carl Dean, her beloved husband, of nearly 60 years. And ironically, he died a year ago. And you kind of think that had an effect on her as well.
Yeah, how about that? A 60-year relationship in show business.
In show business, yeah.
Unheard of.
And I always loved her advice. How do you make it happen? Oh, I stay gone. I mean, only she can say that,
That probably has something to do with it. They met at a laundromat, apparently, in Nashville in 1964.
Yeah, this catchy little laundromat the first day that she was in Nashville, I guess. And she said
That's
he
crazy. Drove
up and said something like, you're going to get hot out there. And she's like, what's it to you? She kind of gave that little. But I would love to have seen that first meeting and to see how that morphed into somebody who was behind the scenes, who supported her, obviously, and loved her unconditionally. You're married to somebody like that. It can't be easy. I mean, come on.
No, not at all. And he was so incredibly private, but so supportive. He ran like an asphalt and repaving company in Nashville. He was just a regular Joe, but he was married to one of the biggest superstars in the world. But, it worked both ways. I mean, I think if I remember the story, she wrote Jolene about a bank teller who was fresh on Carl, who was coming on to Carl when he'd go in to, deposit some checks. And apparently, according to Dolly, she wrote the song about her, maybe changed the name, but.
Yeah, right. And I just love how she was so kind about it. Please don't take my man, because now I'd be like, expletive, you better stop. You know what
right.
It was, that's such a beautiful song.
Exactly.
She's on my running playlist. I'm with her. I don't know if you can even see me, but I also have bought into her third round or fourth round or fifth round of Legacy. This is one of my Dolly Parton cake mixes. I made one, and then she's got a frosting, she's got a whole lunch, she's got frozen foods, and I didn't bring it in, but she also has a wine label, or her own wine, and so we serve that with Thanksgiving. She has a delightful Chardonnay that's in my kitchen right now.
You were a super fan, Mary.
I was, but yet I wish I would have gone to Dollywood, and I still can, of course. It was on the bucket list. I wasn't enough. Like, some people are really, really diehard fans where they'll go to Dollywood, and I never did that because of time. You know how it is. Have you been there?
Yeah. And I saw her, as we talked about earlier, I saw her in concert in the late 80s and then again in the early 1990s. But I'm disappointed in myself. You know, I got to Milwaukee in the mid-90s. She played the Milwaukee, now Miller High Life Theater. She played the Riverside in 2008. And, you know, I could have been there and didn't go. And so, like you, I'm going to just have to immerse myself in her music. You know, somebody asked me today, what's your favorite song? I don't know how you'd pick one. I loved Here You Come Again. I love Love Is Like a Butterfly. I love that old stuff, you know, Coat of Many Colors, and the stuff she did really early in her career, too.
Yeah, me too. I love the throwbacks. Well, Scott Dolphin, I mean, we could take an hour. You are so knowledgeable. You're so easy to talk to. But I think all these remembrances are cascading up to heaven above, and she's smiling. I have a good feeling. 24 hours out, it's a little easier to take, and it will be easier in the days to come. But boy, this hurts. It hurts a lot of us. The first thing I thought about this morning when I woke up is Dolly.
I know. Yeah, I don't know what you could compare it to. Somebody at the office today said Betty White. I could see that. She was an American treasure as well. But, you know, that Dolly Parton smile, man, will never fade from my mind until the day I die. Just an incredible person, an incredible artist. There's not enough good things you can say about her.
Yeah, it makes me want to be a better me and give back and not sweat the small stuff. Yeah. It's such a pleasure to have you on. Let's have you on and figure out a reason. We could talk about, you know, carpet.
I'd love that, Mary. This has been fun. Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Have a good
All right,
rest of
take
your
care.
day. You too. That was fun. Great to look back. You like my cake mix that I've had in the cupboard for a while? Well, it's going to get some mileage this weekend. Crumb cake. She's got a banana cake and a banana frosting or something. I got another one at home. But anyway, and then she's got that great frozen line of foods. She was just doing everything. I remember when she came up with her food and her cakes, and I thought, oh, great, it's a little Southern flair, but it's Dolly. And I love the pink box. You know, everything is just Dolly, and so I couldn't wait to grab that. So I'll let you know how that turns out. I can bake, can't cook, can't do it up like she would have done it up, but I can try. I'll sprinkle some love in it just for Dolly. What a remarkable career. What a great way to look back. And again, just her self-deprecating way and personality and way of giving back. That's what we're left with. That's what we're left with. So I hope this little nugget that we talked about with her today gives you some joy, brings you some comfort, and inspires you to give back. Pick up a book and read, or bake. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Keep it right here on Fox Local. Glad you're with us this Wednesday afternoon. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back, everybody. Mary Stoker-Smith with you on an additional day here, a Wednesday afternoon. We have a lot to get to, so we're going to keep rolling. We want to take you out to Oakland, California, because right now there is a landmark case. Meta has reached a $17 billion settlement regarding, we'll call it an addiction case. And so this agreement includes 47 different states that sued the tech giant behind Facebook and Instagram in its role of declining teen mental health. This topic has become such an emotional hot button. Parents are not easily able to regulate the amount of time their kids spend on social media, school starting back up. Imagine being a teenager and having to grow up with some of the stuff that we see on social media. We all love social media. There can be so many benefits, but it is also a detriment, particularly to kids with young minds. And so they are saying that, you know, these 47 states that sued the tech giant are saying, listen, our teens are suffering, and you're part of the reason. For more on that, we are joined by Amalia Roy. And Amalia, you've been listening to this case. And so let's start with, you know, first of all, there's a lot of steam behind this. And, you know, Meta was really on the hot button here. And so this settlement, is that, in your opinion, kind of, have you heard like an admission of, I don't want to say guilt, but kind of an admission like, yeah, we need to do more. We should have done more to keep kids, you know, I should say screened or protected from some of the addictive qualities of these social media sites?
Good afternoon, Mary. So we actually have the agreement itself that was submitted at around 6 o'clock this morning, where Meta denies any wrongdoing here, but still as part of that agreement that they agreed to these new safeguards and to have more child protections on their platforms. But ultimately, they're denying the claims and saying that they're not liable or responsible in this case.
Well, that's what I find interesting because, right, they are saying we're not responsible. However, when I'm looking at part of the settlement here that they've agreed for more child protection, there's a long list. You can go through that list. I'm going to just bring up the top two: more usage limits and better age verification. These things can be, I would think, hard to implement, but let's talk about even the more usage limits. Like, did they say how that would work?
So that's actually, those questions you're having is something that going inside, the judge also had those questions. She wanted more specifics on what this application means. And also there was a big emphasis on whether things are opt-in or opt-out situations, how it's a lot harder to retain a lot of these safeguards when you're putting it on the user to opt into them to begin with. Mm-hmm. And so we know that there's also data collection limits that are part of it during actually the complaint itself. Part of it is that the states are saying that Meta was collecting this data from especially users under 13 years old, that they were using it to find ways to get them to use the app longer, get that infinite scroll, and also they're claiming not being upfront with parents about the actual inherent risks with social media, especially when looking at mental health. And so these safeguards are meant to address these, meant to also just limit usage in general, but the specifics on how to not get around them, how to create that foolproof stopgap is something that the judge herself had questions on.
Well, the Attorney General out there in California said that this addiction and interference with daily life can lead to things like depression, being way too self-conscious about your body, anxiety, all the things that kids probably their age are more susceptible to as you're going through hormonal changes. So in different things, how much was that hammered about, this is really a direct link to some of these real problems in teens and preteens?
That's something that became the crux of this case, and a lot of the questions were about how much did Meta know, how much effort was being gone to actually stop this. And so what you have here are all of these stopgaps that are really directly meant to address that. Coming out of the courtroom today, the attorneys for neither side spoke to anyone, but there was a mom in there who, she had a daughter who died by suicide, she said, in 2024 at 16 years old. And she herself is putting a lot of the blame there on social media and the negative effects on mental health. She was
she was satisfied with the agreement that came about, but still saying that there's more to be done. Meta is now that they are having all of these safety features put in that they also are putting out a statement calling on other platforms to do the same, talking about Snapchat and TikTok that are also geared towards children.
What about CEO Mark Zuckerberg, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg? Did he take the stand today?
He did not take the stand. This trial actually ended before he was able to get up on the stand. We know that the Instagram CEO, he took the stand yesterday. They were supposed to continue with him today, but we really only had 4 days of a trial before any of those other people could have gone up and spoken.
And so as a result of this, he didn't take the stand. The settlement, $17 billion over, I think it's a 10-year period that Meta has to pay out. Is that kind of the final penalty, or is there anything else that you were able to hear about today?
Well, we know that with even that number, that's up to. There is a minimum, and that would be at around the $12.1 billion level, and there are other contingencies in place. It's a very long settlement agreement. I'm still going through it myself, but that is the minimum there. And there was a separate agreement put in place with Texas that adds another billion. So we're looking at up to $18 billion over the course of 10 years that Meta could have to pay out. But earlier, Meta said that if losing at trial, they could have been liable for upwards of over $1 trillion.
Ooh, I don't know if it probably is too early to tell. I don't want to put you on the spot and get too much in the weeds, but I always wonder then, okay, that $17 billion, if that's paid out, or even 12, where does that money go? Hopefully it goes to helping support services for kids with mental health issues, anxiety, etc. I mean, that money just doesn't evaporate into the universe. I'm assuming it'll go to help somewhere.
The breakdown is by state, so it will be to these states to decide what happens with it. But the California Attorney General has put out a statement saying that the crux of this case for California was about teen mental health, and there are more attorneys generals across the country that are putting out statements in support of this agreement as well.
All right. Well, Amalia Roy, thank you so much. We're going to see you later, of course, covering this on Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. But we really appreciate your insight. A lot to get to today on a very, very important issue that affects nearly everybody, because everybody's got one of these in their hand, and that's a cell phone and most likely an app with a social media application on there. So thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Very important decision there, because again, you wonder if this will be a precursor to some of the regulations. It's a long list. When you talk about the age verifications, the data collection limits, school modes, required breaks, even the content moderation, you kind of wonder, how do you implement those? I would assume for parents of younger kids, you can set that on there. I know that even, on your screens, all of us can set a thing that says, hey, time to take a break from the social media. But even as an adult, you at home, you know how it is. First thing I do in the morning, check my email, sit there with my cup of coffee and do a little scrolling to catch up on stuff. But there's an addiction to it. And clearly it can be very hard to regulate, particularly for teens who just don't have that behavioral modification or even the acknowledgement that this can be difficult, and you kind of leave seeing depressed because everybody's putting their best face on these apps. Not that many people are saying, I look horrible today, I feel horrible. Usually it's, look what I'm doing, and there's that pressure to conform. Anyway, a lot to get to today. So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to perk it up a little bit. We'll look around the area. We got nothing but blue skies here in southeastern Wisconsin, and guess what? The weekend is knocking on the door. A lot of kids going back to school today. So parents, you need a little break, and hopefully if your kids aren't going back to class till September 1st, which MPS students are, you still got one more weekend to get it all in before the school bell rings. So we'll take a look at stuff going on here around southeastern Wisconsin when we come back after a quick break. Stay with us. Okay, we'll see in just a sec.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. As I promised, we're going to talk about things in southeastern Wisconsin. We're going to look at the forecast for the weekend and talk about some things going on. And before we do that, though, we have a very special guest here again on the Wisconsin Live Desk today. And we're going to be talking with her about an incident that set off, when we talk about being outside, that was set off at the zoo, the Milwaukee County Zoo. As you may have seen our reports and you may have read, there was a child who ended up in an enclosure in the zoo there in Milwaukee County at the zoo, and the parents took a lot of flack online. A lot of people said some pretty disparaging things, and the parents came out and said, hold on just a minute. My child had autism, and I know we're accountable and we're aware, but you have to understand that there are some perimeters here and some challenges that we're dealing with that not everybody's aware of and not everybody has to deal with. And for that, we are joined this afternoon by Megan Houghton, and you are the executive director there of the I'm saying executive director of Wisconsin's Community Education and Training for Autism, and you really have firsthand knowledge of what it's like to be around children with autism, the extra challenges and the extra set of parameters that have to be in place. And talk about that. Talk about your firsthand experience.
Yeah, so not only do I work for the Autism Society of Wisconsin, as like you said, I'm the director of community education and training, but I'm also a single mom. I have 2 teenage boys with profound non-speaking autism. They are 14 and 16 now. So I understand what it's like when you go out in the community and you're doing these events, and sometimes things go great and you have a very successful outing, and then sometimes different situations can happen and different circumstances can impact your kiddo, and you have to adjust and kind of work through those. And it's really hard doing that in the public eye sometimes, where people are thinking it's okay to film those moments, or making judgments like we've seen in the comments. It can just be a really hard thing for a family to navigate.
Do you think that the conversation, the awareness, and really I would say the acceptance of children, of adults with autism is accelerating at a good rate? Do you think there needs to be more done? It's certainly, as we had discussed in the break, come a long way in the last even 10 years. But how do you think we're doing in terms of being on track with the acceptance and the conversations about people living with autism?
Yeah, I think we've definitely made progress, and it's been wonderful to see. The conversation even today looks a lot different than it did, 10 years ago when my older son got diagnosed. But I think what we forget is that the spectrum is very large. Everyone's experience is going to be unique. They're going to have different strengths and different challenges. So I think what we still encounter is sometimes, we'll interact with community members who thinks that they know a lot about autism or have experience interacting with autistic individuals, but maybe it's individuals who are, on a different part of the spectrum or have different life experiences and have different support needs. And so then if you encounter someone, like my children, for example, who are much more higher support needs, maybe then you are starting to question things and you don't have that same kind of awareness for what that situation is like. So I think because the spectrum is so large and everyone's experience is so different, there's always room to grow and raise that awareness for these individuals.
As Director of Community Education and Training, what are some of the things that you do to educate people? And, when you talk about the community and awareness, give us some tangibles.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very proud of our educational and training opportunities that we do. We offer community autism 101s for any kind of business or organization that wants to learn more about, how autism impacts individuals, barriers that might exist, and how they can be a little bit more accommodating or make their environment a little bit more accessible. So we can offer that to, libraries, businesses, daycare centers, anything like that. We also have a healthcare training where we partner with different medical providers on how to make healthcare a little bit more accessible and accommodating. And then we also have our safety on the spectrum training. So we go right in and work hand in hand with first responders and law enforcement officers so that when situations do come up in our communities, they know how to appropriately respond. They have a little bit more understanding of what that individual might be going through. And we can really talk about some of that autism-informed de-escalation strategies too. So hopefully just bringing in all voices of the community and really helping shape that conversation into how do we support individuals with autism? Because they deserve to be out in public. They have the same right to go to places like the zoo, the library, stores, the movie theater. So really kind of shaping that conversation of how we can best support them in those areas.
If a parent is watching right now, or somebody's watching to say, I don't know if my child or somebody that I know has autism, but are there some hallmark signs to look at? How do people know, and what's the official diagnosis to know if a child or somebody else that you are familiar with has autism?
Yeah, so there's definitely some key characteristics that, providers will look at when making that diagnosis, because there isn't, a medical test for autism. It is just kind of ongoing observation and collecting some data. So typically parents might be looking for, differences in communication, whether their kiddo is maybe non-speaking or just had some trouble kind of with, understanding different aspects of speech. A lot of times play can look a little bit differently, especially if we're talking about little kids. They might be doing more like lining up toys, playing with more cause and effect things, not really engaging in as much of the pretend play and things like that. So there's definitely some differences, but they can look, different for every individual, and they definitely can look different when we're talking about boys versus girls. On our website at the autismsocietywisconsin.org, we have a whole kind of about autism page where you can watch informational videos about autism and how that can impact an individual, and that might help kind of fill in some of those gaps or answer some of those questions if parents are debating whether or not maybe someone their child or someone they know is perhaps on the autism spectrum.
Yeah, interesting. Do you work with schools at all? Or, because I know schools, they have their own challenges in making sure that kids with autism are mainstreamed.
Yes, we do. We have a supporting students with autism curriculum that we offer. So really working with the teachers and also the educational assistants, who are typically the ones kind of with those kiddos throughout the school day. And then we can also kind of partner with school districts as well. So if they want us to come in and do more of an in-service training specific for their staff, we can kind of have those conversations with them. We're not going in and consulting on individual kiddos or anything like that, but just offering more of that general kind of education on how autism can kind of impact a student throughout the school day.
Yeah. Well, lastly, before we let you go, give us some more perspective, or, give us some measures for showing some grace for somebody who may be suffering, with, boy, I feel overwhelmed. I have a child with autism, or I am living with an adult with autism. I mean, it can be very, very tough to navigate. We talk about people with autism, but the caregivers, and it's got to be an extra layer of, focus, responsibility. So what can we do, people who maybe know somebody struggling, to lend a hand, to give a boost, to show some empathy? Give us something concrete there.
Yeah, I think the understanding and patience goes a long way. So I'm also a single mom. I have 2 teenage boys with profound non-speaking autism as well. So I live the caregiver life as well. So I think anytime, that individuals can, still extend those invites, still include that family or include that autistic individual or that autistic child, but also recognize that sometimes the family might have to say no. It might be something that they just feel like they can't attend. So just giving that understanding, but still helping them feel included. And really just having those conversations, giving them the opportunity to talk about what their, experience has been like, because it can be very isolating. Offering that support without judgment. There's so many times, like we just saw what happened in Milwaukee. Maybe, you're going through some kind of challenge or struggle and you're scared to talk about it because you don't want people to judge your kiddo or judge you as a parent. So really coming in with that non-judgmental approach goes a long way. And then just really seeing how they can help. Maybe it's dropping off some groceries. Maybe it's dropping off a meal sometime. As a single parent for me, when my kiddos were little, there was a time where just packing them up to go get in the car and run to the gas station to try and get milk was a chore. That was, that was a whole experience, and it was exhausting sometimes. So, just offering to run an errand for them, offering to tag along on an appointment and just be an extra set of ears and support. Little things like that can go such a long way for families like ours.
Well, Megan Houghton, you are doing such a spectacular job, not only in your personal life at home with your family, but as Wisconsin's Director of Community Education and Training for Autism. You are shedding a light on a very important issue. Really appreciate all the work you do and appreciate your time here on Fox Local. Hope you'll come back again. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much.
You bet. Yeah. really good insight and really good knowledge there. Great educational tips, and hopefully you walked away with a little bit more understanding and some tips of encouragement and help for people who need help. We'll be right back. We're going to take another break here on Fox Local and see you in just a couple minutes. Keep it right here. I'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk, everybody. Before I leave you, and Maddie Stelt is going to come in, I'm going to show you this. Wait, that was wrong. That's why I love Fox Local, because we can be a little wild on the Wild Desk. Look at that. For your evening ride home, you got a sunroof? Open it up if you're lucky enough to have a convertible, or just go ahead and crank down those windows, old school style, because it is a beautiful night, as you see there, 82, 79. Yeah, there's a little tinge of humidity, but, you know, it's summer, and we want that because we're unfortunately rounding out August, and so we want to take these days in because we know what's coming. So enjoy the rest of your night. Maybe fire up the grill, take the dog around the block a couple extra times, but enjoy your night. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful night. I'm back with you tomorrow at 2:30. Can't wait. We have a lot to talk about. In the meantime, I'm going to hand it over to Maddie Stelt, who she won't be upset that I told you this. She's got a great dress on, and it was Don't tell. She always looks great. She's my fashionista, and I love her. While we transition, though, I'm going to give you a look at day 8 of the Tupac Shakur trial going on. A lot of interest in that, and this has been a long, extended trial, so we're going to leave you with that while Maddie and I transition, swap out the mics, and do our thing. But I'll see you again tomorrow here on Fox Local 2:30. Can't wait to start the weekend with you then. But in the meantime, let's leave you with the trial, and Maddie's up in just a couple minutes. Great to have you along. I'll see you tomorrow.
Talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. Sorry, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Please rise for the jury.
Judge, you said noon?
Noon tomorrow. Eat before you come, guys. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Everyone can be seated. Mr. Davis remains standing. I have to admonish you on your right to testify at this time, just so you can make that decision overnight with your attorney, okay? Mr. Davis, under the Constitution of the United under the Constitution of the United States and under the Constitution of the State of Nevada, you cannot be forced to testify in this case. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You may, at your own request, give up this right and take the witness stand and testify. If you do, you will be subject to cross-examination by the Deputy District Attorney, and anything that you may say, be it on direct or cross-examination, will be the subject of fair comment when the Deputy District Attorney speaks to the jury in their final argument. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you choose not to testify, the court will not permit the Deputy District Attorneys to make any comments to the jury because you have not testified. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you choose not to testify, the court will instruct the jury, if your attorney wants me to, as follows. The law does not compel a defendant in a criminal case to take the stand and testify, and no presumption may be raised, and no inference of any kind may be drawn from the failure of a defendant to testify. Do you have any questions? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions in general about these rights?
No, I'm good.
You understood? Okay. You're further advised that if you have a felony conviction and more than 10 years has not elapsed from the date you were convicted or discharged from prison, parole, or probation, whichever is later, and you elect to take the stand and testify, the DA will be able to ask you in the presence of the jury the following. 1, have you been convicted of the felony? 2, what was the felony? And 3, when did it happen? But the DA cannot get into details about that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll leave it to you and your attorney's consultations as to what your decision is, but I just wanted to give you those rights at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, and just for the record, because Mr. Stamp may not be aware of this, we checked the 2015 conviction. It ran on August 11th of 2026. So the only conviction that he would be facing cross-examination for is his conviction a couple of years ago for battery by a prisoner.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir?
Is that why they sent them to attack me?
I understand that's your position, that happened, but ultimately, I don't know anything about that case. I've never looked at it, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
All right. Okay, you guys can be seated. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
No, Your Honor, in terms of scheduling, we anticipate once we have our case in chief.
Hey everybody, Maddie Stelk here. This is live in Las Vegas on day 8 of the trial for the murder of Tupac Shakur right there. You could see the man accused of killing him right there, getting read his rights about whether or not he will testify. We'll bring you the very latest just as soon as we get it, but we are going to take a quick break and give you a live report from Green Bay. It's where Tim Van Boren is right now. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local 336 on your Wednesday afternoon. Let's give you a live look at Lambeau Field right now because the Packers coming back this week after several weeks on the road for the preseason. And along with them was our sports director, Tim Van Voren. Tim, feel good to be back in Green Bay?
Absolutely. This is the second home for the fall for a lot of us Packers folks, Maddie, and I'm inside the media auditorium right now. You had that nice shot from outside. Today was kind of a fun day. Joint practice between the Packers and the Cardinals. Joint practices are interesting anyway, but you have Matt LaFleur coaching the Packers and his younger brother, Mike LaFleur, coaching the Cardinals. That adds a little extra, something special.
Oh, for sure. I didn't realize we had a little sibling rivalry going on there. What did Matt LaFleur have to say heading into the game? Is it on Friday, I believe?
Friday night, you're exactly right. That'll be the preseason finale, and it'll be a bunch of backups for both teams. So don't get excited if you're going to watch that game and think, well, where's Jordan Love? I tell you where he is, right on the sidelines, watching this thing in street clothes. That's where the starters are going to be for both teams, Maddie. You know, and if you're paying for the seats to be in the stadium, that might bug you a little bit. Otherwise, I think Packer fans, football fans just say, get through the preseason, stay healthy, don't risk anybody, and get into the games that come. That's what's going on. Matt LaFleur saying, you know, that's the approach right now. It's still an evaluation time for a lot of these back of the roster guys. That applies to the Cardinals as well. And he said about his little brother, Matty, you know, there's a 7.5-year age gap here. He said, I'm his biggest fan. I'm so proud of him. But when we were growing up as kids, really, he was kind of a pest.
Oh, was he the younger brother? I'm sure Matt LaFleur, older brother here?
Matt older, yep.
Because it sounds like my older brother as well. We were talking a little bit, too, about how this is going to be kind of the show right here for some of the players on the back of the roster now. Which ones are we keeping an eye on heading into Friday night?
You know, it's hard to give specific names. There are certainly players at positions where they can count. Let's say running back, okay? You figure Josh Jacobs is going to make this team. Marshawn Lloyd is going to make this team. Chris Brooks is an odds-on favorite to make this team. Pierre Strong is number 4 on the depth chart. Are the Packers going to keep 4 running backs, or are they not going to keep 4 running backs? If you're Pierre Strong, you hope they keep 4 because you're right there, number 4. If they only keep 3, there's nothing you can do about it. That's out of your hands. So that would just be the type of example that a lot of these players face. Again, I can't give you the exact list. I don't know what the decision makers are thinking about the Packers, but that's how it goes this time of year. And a lot of these guys are playing to keep their football dream alive, really, more than anything else, Maddie. You may get cut by the Packers and signed by a different team. You might be kept by the Packers, or maybe you get you kind of get the feeling, I pursued this as far as I can. You know, my football dream may be coming to an end here. So there's a lot on the line for a lot of these players who've been sweating through the summer.
Yeah, I think maybe for us here, we're like brushing off the preseason. But yeah, for these guys, pretty big deal for sure. And I know we had seen some of our starters playing in some of the past preseason games. How do you think they fared out in those games? Like, do you think they have a good grip on things heading into the regular season in September?
I think the preseason's gone right according to Hoyle as far as the Packers are concerned, Maddie. They lost a game that they didn't seem to stress too much about in Pittsburgh. They won a game that they played well in Denver. They've avoided the critical injuries. They have this wrap-up coming up with the Cardinals on Friday night. They had some fun, some feistiness, some chippiness out there on the practice field today. Let's face it, that's the way these football players are wired. You're a competitor. You're going to put it all out there. That's just what it is, even if the coaches are saying, you know, don't get anything over the line. So if they can avoid critical injuries, the remainder of the practice prep time and their preseason finale, then they get, a week and a half off before the regular season gets going, 2 weeks off before the regular season gets going in Minnesota against the Vikings. And I think they would say they would be where they would want to be based on how things have gone so far through the training camp and preseason.
And not to get ahead of myself, I know we're all so excited for regular season. Looking at the matchup, Vikings-Packers, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are it's a good time to catch the Vikings. They have a new quarterback this season, Kyler Murray, the former Cardinal, ironically enough, with the Packers taking on the Cardinals here this week. So I think that Minnesota operation is still a little bit in flux. You look at the upcoming schedule there for the Packers, Arizona in the preseason wrap-up, at Minnesota to start the regular season, at New York as week 2 of the regular season. 2 road games to start the games that count. The Packers had 2 road games to start their preseason in Pittsburgh and at Denver. So I think the Packers are getting the Vikings at a good time. I'll say this, though. I've always been impressed by Kevin O'Connell. I think he's a very good coach with the Vikings. I think their defensive coordinator is very strong. I don't think they're a pushover anytime you play them, and that will certainly be applicable in week 1.
We'll be looking out for it, Tim. Anything you miss personally just about football season that you're excited to get back at, whether it's reporting or something off the field?
Well, these regular conversations with you and Haley and whoever we get to line up, usually on Wednesdays, so we're kind of getting in the groove here, Maddie, on a Wednesday today. That would be one thing I've missed and we'll look forward to. You know, sitting here in the media auditorium, again, this is kind of the second home for us up here in Green Bay. You definitely know the lay of the land at Lambeau. That all comes flooding back very quickly. And then just the routine of the NFL season. In the preseason, you play on a Friday, you play on a Thursday, it bounces around a little bit. You get into the regular season, and I know there's Monday Night Football now, and there's Thursday Night Football, and the Packers have a game the night before Thanksgiving, all that stuff. But in general, it's a routine. You play on a Sunday, you review on a Monday, you take a day off on a Tuesday, you start cranking back up for the next matchup on a Wednesday, and you work through that game week. Maddie, there's something to be said for structure.
I agree. I love some structure here. I'm also excited. You know me, I used to work Sundays with you guys, but to have a football Sunday off is something I'm really looking forward to. And also, your reports now from my couch instead of the control room. So looking forward to that, Tim. Thanks for joining us here on the live desk.
You didn't ask me what I am not looking forward to, and it's you not working on Sundays anymore, Maddie. I mean, the interaction, the byplay, you know, a little smack talk once in a while in the hallway, that's all part of it, and that's gone with your new schedule.
I know, and I will be grieving that as the season goes on. But we have to make the most of these moments now, Tim, which I think we're doing a pretty good job at.
Absolutely. Cherish and move on.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Tim, for joining us here on the live desk. Give you one last look at Lambeau Field right now. Packers are back on Friday night again against the Cardinals. Tim's going to have reports coming up tonight on Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6. So be sure to stay tuned for those. Going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. Got got a few minutes left together here on Fox Local. Of course, we've been following so many developments that have happened over the past few days in Hollywood. First, Dolly Parton's passing yesterday. She was 80 years old. Also, now today we're learning Tim Curry dead at 80, and we know such an impact on the film, the movie industry, and the theater industry as a whole. Now taking a look back at his work, especially with Rocky Horror. I'm joined now by Lynn Cream, with the co-director of Sensual Daydreams. Lynn, thanks so much for being with us today.
Oh, of course.
So talk a little bit about, I know even our entertainment expert, Gino, our Hollywood expert, was talking about how he's excited to go to the Oriental for what you guys are putting on. So talk a little bit about that.
Second Saturday of every month, Sensual Daydreams cast with the Oriental Theater puts on the Rocky Horror Picture Show. We're an all-inclusive shadow cast. It's a great deal of fun. We just celebrated our 48th year at the Oriental Theater, and it's always been important to us to keep the legacy of Rocky Horror going, and now even more so for Tim's memory.
Yeah, and I'm sure that this production means so much to you. Talk a little bit about what your reaction was when you learned of his death and how you plan to carry on his legacy through the work that you do.
I haven't fully processed it yet. Tim Curry has been a part of so many generations' childhoods. I mean, I was first introduced to Tim Curry as Rooster in Annie as a child. And now, I've been doing Rocky Horror at the Oriental, or been a part of the Rocky Horror world since 1988. And so, it's been a constant journey of, celebration of, being who you are. Don't dream it, just be it. And the community that Rocky affords us. And Tim Curry is the face of that.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think here there was just so much shock through the newsroom of learning this news, especially because I feel like here in Milwaukee, there's still so much of it with Rocky Horror and everything that, he was a part of and all of the productions that he was in. Talk a little bit about, are you guys planning on now moving forward, doing anything in his honor, maybe paying tribute prior or during the show?
Our next show, the second Saturday in September, we will definitely be cooking something up to honor our queen. And we have always wanted to do an all Tim Curry themed show where we would recreate all of his characters throughout the show. And I think that's going to be coming up sooner than later.
Oh, that's so cool. And you had spoken so highly of him, and you said you've been with the production and working with the production for decades now. Talk a little bit about what Rocky Horror means to you.
Oh my gosh. I was always the odd one out in our family. Was the weird kid. And, trolling around on the East Side in the 80s, which was, the best thing in the world to do. I discovered the Oriental Theater having Rocky Horror, which I became aware of from the movie Fame. And so snuck in one night and found my tribe. And that's just kind of what Rocky is. It's so much more than a movie, a show, an experience. You become one with your fellow audience members. When you become a part of the cast, you're a part of keeping something alive and finding your fellow people. Rocky is a safe place to be who you are and to express yourself in ways that you can't anywhere else. And I've been in this iteration of the cast for 13 years. I've done Rocky in other states. Everywhere I go, somehow I find it finds me, and it just kind of becomes a part of you and who you are. And again, creating that community and shared experience with others. And I think that's the most important part of Rocky to me.
Yeah, I think it's so beautiful to see communities across the country come together in the wake of tragedy like this right here in Milwaukee. And it's so great that you found that too. Well, first I want to ask you, for people who are interested in going, I think there's especially going to be interest now following his death, about when the next show is and how they can buy tickets.
You can buy tickets through the Milwaukee Film Oriental Theater website. It is the second Saturday of the month. I'm so sorry I don't have the date like right in front of me. I think that's the 9th, September 9th.
I'm literally on my computer doing it too. Let me see. I should have had it.
Way to be prepared.
Second Saturday of, I think the 12th is what I'm hearing.
Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm totally off on that.
You're fine. I wasn't, my producer told me. I was still trying to Google it up, but no, good to know. September 12th. So excited for that. I know Gino was talking about going. I'm hoping to go as well, but so great. Lynn, anything you want to add before I let you go?
Just everybody in honor of Tim, just love each other, be weird, stay weird, be good.
No, I love that. I feel like you truly embody like all of the message that, Tim would have wanted. So thank you so much, Lynn, again, for joining us on the live desk. We hope to see you on September 12th, second Saturday of the month.
I will be Frankenfurter that night, and
oh my gosh, wait, so you're on stage then too?
Yep, I am our current cast Frankenfurter, so I will be extra good for Tim.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll be looking out for you, Lynn. Thanks so much again for joining us. Again, if you do want to buy tickets, you can go to their website. Again, September 12th. Took me a little bit to get there and figure out the date, but we've now got it thanks to our producer, Adrian. So yeah, September 12th should be a great show in honor of Tim, of course, following his death. We are going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back to wrap things up. Don't go anywhere.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
So much I feel like we've been through together in these past 4 hours on the Wisconsin Live Desk, especially in the entertainment industry. We're following the deaths of both Dolly Parton and Tim Curry. Parton, we know, passed yesterday at age 80. We now know that it was from a short battle that she had with cancer. So we've been seeing those tributes pouring in on social media here. Let's take a look. We heard from Miley Cyrus today after a day of kind of probably taking the time to process and grieve. She is the goddaughter of Dolly Parton. And a statement here saying, "The feeling of losing my Aunt Dolly is beyond what feels right to share. Our most sacred moments were private, and they'll stay there behind the stage, beneath the glamour, and between our hearts." Goes on to say, "I'll always love her and want to make her proud. My heart breaks for the world, her family and friends who will miss her deeply. We're in this loss together, and we will see her in all of the most beautiful things." Very well said and well put there. And I think it just speaks to Dolly Parton's character so much. We talked with several organizations in Sheboygan and also Racine today who have partnered with Imagination Library, which is the organization that Dolly Parton is a part of. That she basically, what it does is you can sign your kids up and they will get a free book, I believe, every month until they turn 5. So a really cool organization that they're taking part of, and something that people in the United Way of Sheboygan spoke so highly of, and also in Racine as well. I don't know if we can circle through any more reaction that we've been getting, that we've been seeing here. Jane Fonda here saying, "I'm devastated. I just learned that Dolly has moved on." Goes on to say, "To her gay and trans fans, I want you to know she loved you. You know that without me telling you. She loved all her fans, and they are legion. And you know she doesn't want y'all to mourn now. Dress up and celebrate her spirit." Again, Jennifer Nettles here saying, "The world is a better place because of Dolly Parton." And then ending with, "Thank you, Dolly, for everything. The stars will sparkle brighter tonight with her spirit." Seeing if we have any others here that we can bring you. Blake Shelton, big name in country music here, saying, "I can say with absolute certainty that we are all feeling the same heartbrokenness today. I only got to spend any real time with Dolly when Gwen and I got to work with her on The Voice." I remember when Dolly Parton was a guest judge on The Voice. So incredible here, and just her impact felt around the world and across the political spectrum too. I feel like she really just brought everybody together here as we're seeing these tributes and remembrances of Dolly just pouring in across the country. Thanks for being with me here on the Wisconsin Live Desk on this Wednesday. Fox 6 News at 4 is going to be next in just about 2 minutes. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Your mind back and forth.
He had power of attorney, only medical power of attorney.
I'm a power of attorney one day, the next day I'm not.
He's out of my life forever.
Well, may the good Lord bless us both.
I pray that the good Lord will help him.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
That's been my desire, complete transparency, and that's, you will get that.
Just not today. Now at 4, why the Department of Emergency Communications Director didn't have many answers after a delayed response to a 911 call. Plus,
the teens are really isolated and they live behind screens, and that's their new reality.
A social media settlement in Meta's trial in which the tech giant is accused of deliberately hooking young people to its platforms.
That is our big story at 4. Meta has reached a settlement with states in a landmark trial over social media addiction.
A court filing says Meta will be required to have daily limits and nighttime blocks for teenage users on its social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram. Meta says it will implement a default 2-hour daily time limit for users under 18. There will also be better age verification and school modes that automatically mute push notifications during school hours.
Because teens move fluidly across dozens of apps, we need an industry-wide solution. We therefore call on our industry peers, TikTok and YouTube, to implement this new framework right away.
The unfortunate problem is it may set a precedent for other social media companies and also lay out a roadmap for what AI companies will have to be responsible for going forward.
This is huge. Although Meta denies wrongdoing, they will pay up to $17 billion.
That money will head to 47 states, including Wisconsin. Our esteemed Kenosha County reporter Ben Hansen joins us live. I know you got details on what the money could be used for, Ben.
Yes, Wisconsin is set to receive $219 million of that total and up to $313 million if they can make other agreements with other social media companies like YouTube and TikTok. According to that settlement agreement, at a minimum, 50% of that will go toward teen social media addiction prevention. This morning, Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul said the vast majority of the money Wisconsin gets will go toward that. Kaul said that could be things like crisis intervention services, after-school programs, youth mental health, and digital literacy counselors. The Wisconsin DOJ will be deciding where that money will go specifically. Here in Racine County today, I talked to Carrie McGoy, the executive director at the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Their organization does a lot of teen outreach, but not a lot are showing up because she says social media is taking away their ability to be social.
Being behind a screen and on social media, you feel it's this faux feeling of I am being social, I am connected. We're connected more than ever with technology and social media, but the reality is we're not truly having social interaction physically in person.
That social media money that the settlement is coming from, the money in the settlement, will be paid in installments over the next 10 years. And with those social media restrictions that you guys were talking about, Kim and Ben, you guys were talking about earlier, that is going to take effect in the next 6 months. Reporting live in Racine, Ben Hansen, Fox 6 News.
Ben, it'll be interesting how they enforce that age verification, because what's to stop a kid from just putting in a different age?
Right. Yeah, they were talking about that earlier. There have been other programs that have used even face analyzers to determine the age of the person trying to sign up for the accounts, but they didn't give any details on how they will do that.